Hey, go, people. Yeah, he's early. That's right. What am I, like 2 minutes early? Take that, suckers. All you guys probably betting on my ass being late. Look at the comments. Well, it's Saturday after the big bombing in Kabul. And hope everybody had a good week. I've been arguing with Get My Fence because these guys tore up. They're building houses next to my freaking lot, which I ain't happy about. And they tore up my damn fence and my horses got out. Anyway. Oh, see, I shocked somebody. Robert, you betting against me and shit. Don't ever bet against me. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, take that. Kaboom. Cabal, kaboom. Kaboom, cabal. Illinois. What's up, fellas? Man, YouTube is just like, my subscription goes up to like 119 and it says you've had like 900 new subscriptions this month, and it gets right to like 887. I'm about to hit 120 and then it starts dropping. I swear, this may sound like damn conspiracy here. I think YouTube can limit the number of your subscriptions, and they unsubscribe people as you get new subscribers in order to keep you at some, because I'm always getting complaints that people are unsubscribing me. Ohio, Delaware, shout out veterans. Operation Pineapple Express. Well, I don't know what Pineapple Express was. Piney Woods of Texas. Piney Woods, Ohio. Dude, it was a mess. The guy finally came out and fixed it, but I got stung by a freaking bee. I had to call the sheriff. I mean, it was a freaking, I was ready to jump over the freaking fence. I was going to go out there and yank the dude out of his freaking big machine, and the bees came everywhere, so I couldn't get to his ass. So I was like, shit, I'll just call the sheriff. The sheriff couldn't get to him. He went out there, oh, if I get stung, I'll freaking go home early. I mean, they totally, let me see if I can, I was cleaning some guns. So I end up taking pictures of some of my 1911s because I get a lot of questions about different 1911s in comments. So I figured we'd talk about guns this morning, Kabul, a little, I'll try to stay on target, but hey, you know what? You guys take me where you want to go. So, I mean, I am yours to abuse. If you want me to talk about something, bring it up in the damn comments. Kentucky, sweet home, Alabama. Uh-oh, my comments just jumped. Montana, big sky country. Say hi to Matt out there for me. Last weekend, I was shooting shotguns, watching horse video. Watching your gun videos. Montreal, they will absolutely, I'm sorry. I think they do, man. I always get complaints. Dude, I thought you got taken down. I was unsubscribed. I'm not getting notifications. I'm like, shit, dude, I have no control. And freaking, you can't sue YouTube because they're protected, because they're part of the government. Taking government bennies on the side so they can push the government agenda. I must admit, that one video I did on my horse channel about my horse dying, Mr. T, man, people were liking and commenting, and I jumped like 20 or 30,000 subscribers after that video. I don't know whether people saw me as more human, whether they felt sorry for me or whatever, but that video, my videos normally are limited to about 5,000 views. That's where they stop. Every once in a while, I'll get 10,000. I got 100 I don't know how many subscribers, 100,000, over 100,000 subscribers, and my videos only get 5,000 views. And that horse video I did on poor Mr. T dying, man, got like freaking, I think I'm over probably 250,000 now views on that video. But that one video, which I had no idea, I figured a few people would watch it when I did it who loved Mr. T and they could get some closure with him dying and kind of see burying him, all that. So I did it more for just my loyal viewers, and somehow it blew up and it jumped my subscriptions. I was at I don't know what, I think I'm at 160 now. I went up 20,000 just because people liked and either shared or they liked and commented. And somehow the algorithm freaking kicked ass. And my subscription, I was like, damn, where am I getting all these subs? I've been at freaking 100 and whatever for I don't know how long. Anyway, upstate New York. I'm headed 2.5 hours north to buy I don't know how to say that. Saiga 554 for super cheap. 2K rounds. Pre-COVID prices. Well, I kind of heard that prices are going back down and normalizing. I don't know if that's true. Nashville, Kentucky. It's my birthday and I'll party if I want to. Not my birthday in the U.S. What? What's up from Kentucky? That's where old Bob's at. Hell, you know, don't want to unsubscribe. Oh, dude, I lose subscribers. I mean, I've got longtime subscribers that will say something that's really like ignorant. I'm like, dude, you've been a subscriber. I thought you were smarter. And somehow that's an insult. And they're like, fuck you, asshole. I'm subscribing. So sometimes I think it's better not to interact with your audience if you're trying to get subs, because then people can perceive they're right. You don't have to disagree with them. And you get people who can just come here, voice their opinion, and watch you. And I think if you want to get more subs, that's the way. I try to interact and kind of have conversations, and you call me a dummy, I call you a dummy, and we move on or whatever. But man, maybe that's why. I mean, you know what? Maybe it ain't YouTube. Every day is an episode, an adventure. Help me. Mississippi. Man, you guys are about to get hit in New Orleans with a freaking hurricane. They're saying 22 inches of rain. Fort Hood, Texas. Rick is algorithms. I know, and they freaking screw me. Florida doctor student. Yo, what's up? I like my doctor students. I can get some medical advice. Chicago, Chi-Town. How many people died this weekend in Chicago? Well, it's still starting. I'm sure it's only, a few, and I'm sure it's those white supremacists, which is the biggest threat to America, that's doing it. My old commander sent me a text this morning. Check this out. He lives not too far from East St. Louis. So he's like, he lives in a nice neighborhood, but he can drive he keeps trying to get me to go up there. He goes, dude, I know we've seen some shit areas in California, but he goes, you have not seen shit till you drive through East St. Louis. He goes, it's crazy. So he wants me to go up there just to drive me through the hood. But he sends me a text. He goes, hey, a 211, that's an armed robbery. He uses California terms for California. With a 187, 187's murder. So they killed somebody in the commission of a robbery. A 211 with a 187 a day in East St. Louis. 2 clean-cut white guys wearing polo shirts and khakis, shorts. When I read that, I went, no shit. And then he goes, okay, it was 2 BMAs, black male adults with hoodies, driving cars with paper tags. Rick, you can't say that. You're just, oh, shut up, you big crybabies. The truth sometimes freaking hurts. Pineapple Express is the current ace of news. Oh, is it? I'm late. That's all right. I was early. The bees know. Dude, man, that bee got me in a freaking eye. I still got a little mark there. I was on Benadryl for like 3 days. I was rubbing that cortisone cream and Benadryl cream on my face. I was taking Tylenol at night. I was really shocked. It kept swelling and everything. That Tylenol with Benadryl helped it the most. Because normally, last time I got bit in the leg and in the arm, my arm swelled up about this big. I had to go to the doctor. It was hot to the touch. It just kept swelling and swelling. I didn't take any meds or nothing. And it just kept swelling. I go, well, it either go away or get better. So I just kind of kept ignoring it. And finally, when it was burning and getting really big and hot, I was like, maybe I ought to go to the doctor. So I called my doctor, and he gave me a prescription of antibiotics, and it knocked it out. And so they did the same thing on my leg. So I just kind of assumed when I get stung by a bee, I'm going to have to go on antibiotics and I get infected. My doctor goes, you know what? I think if you take some Benadryl, put some cream on it, maybe ice it a little bit, maybe take some Tylenol or something. He goes, I think we can stop the infection. It'll keep your body from reacting. And sure enough, that damn shit worked, because he stung me right in the eye, and my cheek swelled up pretty good, but it never shut my eye, and it never got as bad. Connecticut here. Where's the video? What video? Pineapple Express veterans that went around Biden to save American tramp. Really? I don't remember. Eat me the thought police. You put a comment that I removed that other comment. Sorry. People, look, when I go off on somebody or go, you're a fucking idiot or whatever, I'm blocking or I'm deleting this comment, that's stupid. Dude, that shit just kind of goes in and out. I mean, there's people that think that I kind of live and I hate and I hold this grudge and I'm going to remember them. But I mean, he made a comment that said, hey man, I deleted that comment. Sorry. I had no idea what comment he was talking about. I didn't even know I deleted a comment. I didn't even know I replied to his comment. And I had no idea what comment. But he came back with, hey, dude, I'm sorry about the comment, man. I removed it. And so, I mean, it's not a big deal. Don't take it personally when I kind of react or just go off. It's just when you deal with so many people and so many comments and so much shit, I just say what's on my mind at the time, then I move on. It's not like I'm holding a grudge and, you know, I'm going to hate you for the rest of my life and remember that I deleted your comment or you were mean to me in a comment. I mean, now if you harass me and it's constant and you make face names and, you know, you do all this other bullshit, then maybe I'll make a mental note that you're a freaking dick. But otherwise, Biden has asked to resign by Harris. Of course she doesn't want to. She wants to be crazy sheriff fence story in detail. Oh, you want the story of the fit? I got a couple videos of the bees. Hang on. Let me see if I can pull up the bee videos. So hang on. I got to figure out where the hell I'm at and which one I have open. So these are all the videos that I need to do that I haven't posted. And let me see if I can see. Hopefully I don't have something in here that I don't want you guys to see. There's one of Moki's kills. There's Moki up there, Moki there. All right, I don't see the... oh, here's one of the clearings. I'm trying to see which one had the bees. Might have been this one.
Just went over there trying to get those guys to stop there, turn down my fence line, and there's freaking bees everywhere, so they hit some damn major bee thing, and I can't get close enough to have to stop. Just went over there trying to get those guys.
Okay, so that was one. So you can see my fence is not real good, but there's still wires that are freaking that are up. I see the barbed wire here and a barbed wire here. So I had a fence. These dudes put that shit through and pulled it down, and then gonna tell me when I went over and talked to him, he goes, well, it wasn't much of a fence anyway. I go, I don't give a shit if it was much of a fence. It was my fence, and it kept my horses in. And I said, now I have no fence. Well, I couldn't really pull this out because there was so much, you know, damage and growth in here. I mean, these guys are just assholes. They're getting paid to come out here. This is a big, man, this dude can do some damage. I mean, he's taking down trees. This is a badass freaking thing. You got one of these, we can take government on. You pull a couple of these up to a couple of government agencies, and you can take down a building pretty damn quick. I mean, it was just amazing. I kept hearing these trees just snap. He pulls this thing up, and he just pushes sideways on these big-ass trees, and they go snap. I mean, it is freaking loud. So neither one of these are, I have a hard time following my mouse over here. Let's see. Neither one of those really showed. Maybe this one will show the bees. Oh, that's just a picture where they tore down my shit. This is from the other side of the fence. I jumped the fence. So you can tell this fence wasn't much. It was tied. They had wrapped it around trees. It's grown into the trees. There's some wire that's grown right through the middle. This wire right here is grown right through the middle of the tree. I mean, and so this fence has been here for freaking ever. So he's right. It wasn't much of a fence, but it was keeping my horses in until your ass come along with freaking big ass motherfucking, you know, I'm going to tear down the fucking world and shit because I can. There's one wire on the ground right there, right in the middle. And you know, I mean, he just trashed my shit. I wasn't freaking happy. I wish I could find him one with the freaking bees. That's just another one where I was, maybe I can see the bees in this one. One of them, you can see the bees. So anyway, I had this nice tree line here, and it blocked me and gave me privacy. And the horses don't try to push through a fence, especially if there's weeds and growth. They don't want to get caught up. So they're not going to risk getting stuck or having an animal hidden in there because they're prey animals. So they're not going to go try to push through the fence. Well, now that it's freaking wide open because they cleaned up all my shit. Where's it wide open now? Now that it looks like this, Buddy was like, oh, hell no, there's nothing that can stop me. I can walk right through there. So he just freaking walked on out of the freaking pasture and was gone. And so anyway, I have a couple videos that show, oh, maybe it was up here. Oh, there they are. You see all those freaking bees? Man, there are a bunch of bees there. Let me see if I can go this full screen. And see if that shows up. There's all kind of bees here. I mean, they are freaking everywhere. And I mean, he hit the, and my dumb ass goes driving out there because I'm pissed. I didn't have a gun on because I didn't want to. I mean, I was thought about it. I was like, let me stick my gun in my pocket in case this dumbass pulls a gun. And I go, you know what? I'm just going to tell him to stop fucking doing it or I'm going to yank his ass out of the fucking trailer. And so I pull out there to be all badass. He's waving his hands inside his fucking trailer like, get back, get back. I'm like, fuck you, I ain't getting back, motherfucker. I'm coming to talk. And then all of a sudden the bees start hitting, fucking bouncing off my head. Because bees, evidently, when you go out to bees, when they're upset, they'll tag you and they'll bounce off you. So when you start feeling pops from a bee, they're putting pheromones on you to attack. My buddy's like a bee hive dude. So they're freaking tagging my ass, and I'm like, oh, shit. So I throw my golf cart in reverse, and I peel out of there. And so this dude just keeps on tearing down shit because he knows I can't come do nothing. I was like, you motherfucker. So I called the county and said, hey, how do I find out who's bought this property because they're tearing down my damn fence and they won't stop? And they go, oh, looks like it changed hands. Here's the new owner, but we can't give you his phone number. And I go, well, how can I contact him? We go, we can give you an address. I go, what's his address? And it's down by Fort Worth, an hour away. So it's not like I can even drive over there and go, dude, your workers are tearing down my shit. So I drove around the front to see if he's up front. Nobody's there. So finally I call the sheriff's department. I go, hey, I'm not sure what to do here if you guys can't give me a number. I called the county. There's some dude tearing up my fence. It's pissing me off. He's letting my horses out. And I said, he won't stop because there are bees there. So I said, I'm not sure how you want to handle this, but I'm about to go over there and yank him out of that fucking tractor. And they're like, hang on a second. We'll send a deputy out. I go, okay. So they send a deputy out. The deputy comes out. Nice dude. And I go, dude, man. I said, I hate to get you involved in this bullshit. I realize it's civil. It's property line shit. But I said, when he starts tearing up my property, it becomes criminal and it's vandalism. And I said that because you have to, when you're dealing with cops will figure out a way to go, this is civil. We have no jurisdiction. We're just going to blow it off. We don't have to do anything because it's not criminal. We're here for criminal acts. So you have to be able to attach a crime if you want law enforcement to help. So that's why I told him, I go, dude, I get it. You can't do nothing as civil. But I said, as soon as he tore down my fence, now it's vandalism. Now he's tearing up my property. And now we have a crime. He goes, well, technically it's not vandalism because he's tearing it up accidentally. And we can't prove he did it on purpose. So it would be more malicious mischief. I said, malicious mischief is still a crime. He goes, yeah, that's true. I go, well, look, I said, all I want is the owner so I can talk to him so we can figure this out. Otherwise, I want this guy stopped because I'm going to yank his ass out of the tractor, or I'm going to go down and try to get a emergency, restraining order or, to stop him from working. And I said, the county won't give me the guy's freaking phone number. I said, I got his name, but he won't give me a number. So I gave him the name. He goes, hang on, let me see if I can get you a number. So he sat in my driveway for like 30 minutes after he went out there and tried to talk to the guy. We both go out there. I stay way back because I don't want to get freaking stung. He gets closer, and I go, dude, there's bees everywhere. He goes, that's all right. If they sting me, I'll go home early. Typical government employee. So he goes up, and the bees chase him out. The guy gets out of the car for him, but he runs back and says, I'm not freaking talking to you. These bees are stinging me. And then he got back in a tractor, started tearing shit up again. I'm like, you motherfucker. So I think the cop was a little irritated him a little bit. So he came back, got in a car, sat in my driveway for about 30 minutes to, I don't know, maybe 30, 45 minutes. And next thing I know, the owner of this property's calling me. Hey, I'm so-and-so. And I go, dude, your guys are tearing down my fence. They won't give me my number. I said, I don't know who you are. I don't know what's going on. But he's clearing some shit, and he just tore my fences. And, now I can't use this pasture because my horse is going to get out. He goes, oh, okay, I'll come out tomorrow, and I'll take a look. No problem. He goes, if we tore it up, I'll fix it. I'll go, great. Tomorrow comes, he never calls back. So you know me, my calm, mellow way of handling things, my friendly side people. I text his ass Sunday and go, my freaking horses just got out. It's 102 degrees out here, and I'm chasing my fucking horses because your guys tore up my damn fence. Now I have to lock my fence off. My horses can't drink out of my pond. They can't use my water, and I can't use my land. And I knew since he was a land developer, he probably knows laws and stuff. So I threw in there, it's costing me more damages and more loss of use of my property, and I ain't freaking happy. So then he calls me right away, and he goes, dude, he goes, I said I would come out Saturday or Sunday. He goes, I called you this morning. I said, yeah, my phone was in there. I got your message. I said, I left a message back. You never called. He goes, I never got your message. But he goes, I called you this morning. He goes, when I told you it'd be Saturday. He goes, how about tomorrow? I come out there in the morning and we see what's going on. And, you know, I go, okay, great. Guy's good dude, came out, looked at this shit. He went to the store. He goes, I'm going to go buy some T-posts and some fence thing. I go, dude, I don't want you to buy money. I just wanted you to fix the shit that was already here that he tore down. If you can just mend the wire that was up, I said, I'll be happy. I said, my horses aren't going to push through it. He goes, no, I want to. So he went to the store. So when he came back, I came out. I gave him $200. He didn't want to take it. I go, dude, I don't know what you bought. You bought some fence ties, whatever. I said, there's $200 if you want more. I said, I don't want you having to pay to put new shit on my property. I just want my fence, something to keep my horses in the way it was. And he goes, no problem. He goes, he ended up taking $200, but he fixed my fence back to normal. Now the horses are out there and we're good to go. And so that's the big freaking tractor story. Unlike the tractor story where the girl caught VD from sitting on a tractor and told her boyfriend that Seinfeld that it was the tractor story, and the tractor story ended up being that she thought she got VD from her boyfriend, but her boyfriend told her, no, you caught it from sitting on the tractor and riding on a tractor. So she goes, that's why I don't ride on tractors. I don't want to get VD. And he goes, that's it. I'm out. And that's when he dumped her because she was an idiot. I don't know if y'all remember that episode. Anyway, let me go to the comments and see if I'm getting any comments about what the hell I'm rambling about. Okay, POW writing a kisser. Morning, Rick. Think of Legends Diner in Denton closing. Karma. I don't know. I don't think I've ever been to Legends Diner in Denton. I thought I've been everywhere in Denton. It's closing? Are they like a little left wing, wear a mask, no gun place? I don't know. Developers. Oh, dude. And that's the other thing. So this guy's pretty funny. He freaking got me, man. I think he knew I was a little excitable. I don't know how, but he knew that I could be riled up pretty easy. So we're out there talking. We're walking on his land. I go, so dude, what's going on out here? I said, is this going to be like 1 acre lots, 2 acre lots? What? And I said, because where I live, I said, we're on 10 acre minimums and you can't bring in mobile homes and you can't have pigs. I said, that's about the only deed restriction, but they don't want it shrinking down so you don't get, 50 people. And he goes, well, these are all going to be 1 acre lots. And he goes, I got to be honest with you. Most of the people coming in have double wide trailers. And a couple of them did mention pig farming. And dude, when he said that, if you could see my face, it was like, are you And then he started busting up laughing. I go, okay, that was a good one. You got me. He goes, no, he said, they're 3 to 4 acre parcels. He goes, most of the parcels are going to be, your fence is going to be their back of their land. So he goes, the homes are going to be in the center, and then all the land is going to be reaching out around. And so the road's going to be, because it looked like they were putting a road out here. If you go out there, they're putting a road. And he's like, the county's making me do this. I got to clear. The county's real big and me not interfering with anybody's property. And I'm thinking, you mean like tearing down their fences? So I said, I'm glad the county's good about tearing. I said, I think they ought to be protecting people's property rights. He goes, well, and I think the county in Texas, they know you get out here in these farmlands and you start pissing off all these farmers, it's probably not going to be good. So they probably put some restrictions on him. All right. But he seemed like a pretty nice guy, and he kept his word. So to me, he's in my book. He called me out there. I mean, he was literally out there with 3 guys for probably, we met at 7. He went to the store, came back around 9, and probably about 1:30 in the afternoon. It's a 102-degree day. He calls me and goes, hey, dude, I think I fixed everything. And I went out there earlier when I paid him, and I saw where I go, dude, you fixed this better. I said, I didn't want you to build me a new fence. I said, you got 3 strands of barbed wire. I said, I was happy with 1, maybe 2. But I said, you put 3. I said, this is better than it was before. I said, I just wanted it back to where it was. I said, man, this is great. Thanks a lot. He goes, no problem. He goes, they're still tearing down shit by your fence. And he just told me he tore down more of your fence when he was pulling it. So he goes, I got some more to fix. And he goes, I'll call you when they're done and you can come out and inspect. I go, okay, thanks. So he called me about 1 and goes, hey, man, we're finished out here. If you want to come out and inspect, go, dude, I don't need to inspect. I said, you fix a fence better than before. If you tell me it's good, it's good. I said, if there's anything else wrong, I'll fix it. I said, I trust what you did. I really appreciate you kept your word and came out here. He was like, no problem. I said, hey, if I can do something for you or I can help you, let me know. I appreciate you coming out here and keeping your word. So it ended up pretty good. I mean, I didn't like to get the sheriff involved, but, you know, sometimes government has that extra power and ability. So I'm sure the sheriff went in, ran his driver's license, got his address at his house, called dispatch, whatever jurisdiction that was, said, can I get a reverse phone number for this address? And that's how he ended up getting his phone number, because the sheriff had to call him because he just called me out of the blue and said, hey, I'm the owner of the property, blah, blah. I just got a call from the sheriff. And so that was pretty cool. All right. Let me go back to the comments, see what the hell's going on. Yeah, Rick, about your fence, I had a similar situation. My backyard used to be thick woods, a lot of animals, deer, raccoons. Asshole tore it all down for nothing. I know, man. I hate tearing down this tree line. He tore down a lot, but I still have a few trees up. Beatings to occur around Let the beatings begin. Should have sprayed yellow jacket hormones all over. Oh, shit. Actually, this cop was pretty good, man. Look, when you get out here, these sheriff, look, you know how many times I've called the sheriff since I've lived here for 8-10 years? 1. This time. People out here don't usually call the cops, usually deal with shit. I've seen the sheriff out here in those 10 years twice. One guy down the street was doing donuts and peeling out and racing, and one of the neighbors had kids out there playing, and he called the sheriff because he told him to slow down, and guy told him fuck off. So they moved. They don't live here anymore. They were just renting anyway. So he called the sheriff. That was the one time I saw the sheriff. And then a house got broken into on a corner, and they called the sheriff. But the sheriff didn't even come for that. They go file a report online. I was pissed about that. I was like, you had motherfuckers in your house leaving. They left shit and pillowcases on their counter. And they called the sheriff, and Eric goes, just file a report online. We don't come out for, burglaries when nobody's home. I'm like, what the fuck? You didn't come out and print. You didn't take pictures. You didn't do shit. I mean, because when they steal things like that, and I think they stole some weapons, when they steal shit like that, that shit sometimes, not all the times, will show up in a pawn shop. And then they will show an ID or we'll get videotape on who pawned it. So we can solve the case. But if you didn't come out and take pictures and make a case, you can't pin that burglary on him just because he stole stolen property. Because when guys when they sell stolen property, they always say, oh, man, I bought off someone out of the street. He said he didn't want it. He gave me a good deal. And we know he's lying, but it's harder to tie him to the crime. But if we had a fingerprint that put him in the house, now we can tie him to the crime. We know he's lying. So when the cops didn't come out for that, I was like, dude, I'd be printing that shit myself. I got my little print kit still in the garage. I don't know if it still works, but got my little duster and my tape. Did they pull a permit? Yeah, evidently they pulled a lot of permits. And the developer told me, he goes, look, all this shit I'm doing, the county's running this. He goes, they're making me put a ditch here and for the drainage of the land. And he goes, after I do all this, then I got to pay them. This is a great story for freaking government. You guys will love this. The developer goes, look, he goes, I paid an engineer to plan this out for gradage and all this shit. I had to pay an engineer on my own budget to do this out in order to take it to the county for the county to send it to one of their paid engineers to approve it. And he goes, the county has like 10 engineers on their paid list to approve this shit. He goes, the engineer I hired is on the county's payroll to approve this shit. He did the thing. He goes, the county still made me pay them so they could give it to another engineer for them to approve it. And he goes, it's just money. So I was like, shit, I said, that sounded like California. What else did he tell me that was freaking crazy? Oh, he says he builds a lot of houses, and he goes, man, I'm used to dealing with kind of people that aren't happy. He goes, I build a house, and in the house, the agreement says 1 year warranty of all things, etc. I'll fix it. No true problems. Any problems, I fix it. 1 year. He goes, I got him 1 year. He goes, I got people calling me 14 years later saying my air conditioner quit working. And then they're pissed at me because I won't fix it. And I asked them, they change your filters. They go, no, I forgot. And he goes, they want me to come fix it. And he goes, look, I can come fix it, but he goes, I'm going to have to charge you. And he goes, they get pissed off at me, tell me, you're going to charge me? You built this shitty house. It's got He goes, 14 years later, he goes, I'm listening to this shit. I go, dude, you got a whole lot more patience than me because I wouldn't be listening. Well, after that year, I'd be like, you read a contract, you bought it. I don't want to hear this shit. I'll help you out. I'll try to get you a good deal, but especially when it's negligent. I mean, he says he's had guys call, they move in and like 5 years later, they drop something on their tile and it breaks. And they call him, want him to come fix it because he didn't put the tile in right because it broke, even though they dropped something on it and broke it. And I'm like, fuck that. I can't deal with freaking people, man. I'm sorry. Call the EPA, they'll flip it. You know, I was thinking of that. I was like going to call and maybe go find what an endangered animal is and go buy a couple and put them on my property and go, hey, man, I got an endangered species here. I'm trying to protect these guys and make them stop their shit. I mean, I was thinking that's just too much work for me. Look, if I can get something fixed and avoid all the long-term shit, I normally will. Most people will do that. I mean, you just don't want to invest your whole life into a toxic fight. That's kind of like being a cop. Your whole life is just toxic. Parents are pissed off. The administration's pissed off. The media's pissed off. The politicians are pissed off. Other cops are pissed off. The parents, kids that you arrested are pissed off. The victims are pissed off because you didn't arrest. So it's just toxic. So if I can avoid, I mean, look, if you get in my face, believe me, it's going to be go time. I'm not that anti-confrontational, but if I can do something long-term and not make it go on, I'll just rather fix it and move on. The scrub brush was a good barrier. I know it was, and it kept the horses in. Let's see. Oh, shit. Destruction of trees and fences and bees. Best for sure. Those pops on your bees are soldiers warning you to get back. I have a bee phobia. Dude, those bees were badass. And the one that stung me, I didn't go out there when this happened. After about an hour, the guy, I was out there taking video because I've been videotaping the whole fucking thing. They knew I was videotaping. I was driving around out there videotaping my fence before. I got all kind of videotape on this shit in case we ended up in court. So, I mean, they knew I was videotaping. That's probably why they're pissed off. Probably why they tore it down, just to be dicks. I mean, when that dude said to me, you want to piss me off? You just tore down my motherfucking fence and now my horses are out. And when I tell you go, it wasn't much of a fence anyway. You want to fucking see meat fly off the handle? That's a great way to do it. Because I was like, what the fuck you mean it wasn't a motherfucking much of it? It's my motherfucking fence and it was working till your dumb ass came and tore it down. Oh, dude, I was not happy. But anyway, like an hour later, I go talk to him. There's no bees around. And he was like going to give me the number to his manager. And I go, okay, I'll take his manager. And so I'm out there getting it, and this one bee goes tap, tap. And I go, damn, this bee's kind of, and this guy's fucking around with his phone trying to don't even know his fucking manager's number. And I go, dude. So I'm running around the pasture like a freaking chicken doing, hey, man, this bee's trying to get me. Can you hurry up? And he's like, yeah, I'm trying to find it. Hang on. And I think he wanted me to get fucking stung. And so I'm running around. I go, fuck it, man. I said, I can't stay here. This bee, bam, motherfucker. I said, now I'm stung and this fucker going to react. I said, I'm out of here. So I ran to the fucking house. I come in here. The stinger's still in there pulsating in the mirror. I'm like, shit. So you're supposed to like grab tweezers and pinch it from the bottom so you don't squeeze all the venom. And I was like, fuck. I just squeezed the motherfucker and pulled it out. So I squirted all. I mean, it was, a bee sting isn't a problem. I don't mind the sting and a pain. That's not a big deal. It's the week-long effect afterwards of swelling, pain, heat, infection, antibiotics. That's what I freaking don't like to deal with. All right. You can reverse address search and get a phone number. Sometimes you can. Sometimes you can't. I mean, there are places. What's a wig splitter? Is that what that's called? That's a badass machine. I call that a backhoe. But that bad boy, I mean, this tree right here, he puts that thing on there and he just pulls it down. And after it snaps right here, he moves it and then he comes in and just pulls it right down at the root and rips it out. I mean, that thing can clear some freaking land. Let me tell you. Dude, I was thinking they were Africans. They were really aggressive. I mean, when I went out with the bee guy, I don't know if y'all remember some of my older video, in the land out there was a bunch of bees, and my neighbor was going to burn and kill them. And I asked him, matter of fact, it's Ransom. That was the neighbor. And I go, dude, do you mind if I call out like a bee rescue? I'll pay to have them come out and move those bees since you're going to burn that and kill them all. And there's a pretty huge nest. Because I would go out there, they were coming, I would look. And I mean, there was just hundreds and I mean, huge beehive. And I called this bee company. I think it cost me $200, $300. And they came out here and he went out there and he didn't give me any honey or anything, little piece of shit. But he took all the honey and he took the beans and he showed me the queen. And he pulled over and he goes, man, this is a great hive. There was like 3 or 4 queens. And I mean, there was separate hives that were close. He goes, this was really huge. And when he drove away, there was like hives following him. So, I mean, he's going to go start a new hive now with those queens. But anyway, these bees were freaking pissed and they were freaking, look up William Darby. Tonka toys are bigger than his. Okay. What? 40 times? Holy shit. Now, see, when I was a kid, we used to literally catch bees in our hand and shake them up and make them disoriented and let them go. And we'd laugh at them because they'd fly off kind of crazy. Because if you shake them up, I don't know if it bugged their brain or whatever. We were just being kids like, man, check this out. And once the guy showed me, I was like, that's pretty funny. We laughed. So we'd catch bees. And sometimes they would sting us when we're shaking them up. So, I mean, bees as a kid didn't bother me. But for some reason, the last 5 or 10 years, I just developed the thing. Why did you clear? I didn't clear it out. Freaking developer cleared it out because it's his property. He can clear out his property. He's just not supposed to clear out mine. Naughty Buddy, and man, I'll tell you what, I got a video where Buddy, after they fix the fence, because I locked off this area, man, as soon as I open that area, that freaking horse, I mean, horses are smart, man. Mr. T, bless his soul, may he rest in peace. What a great freaking horse. Anytime I put him in a new area, that horse would walk the fence line like a freaking mathematician, and he would check every wire. He would test it. He would lean on it, and he would inspect the entire fence line looking for weaknesses. And then he would make his escape if there was any weaknesses. I mean, he was just a master at finding. The only reason he didn't go out here is he was kind of content and there was no mares. Had there been a mare on the other side of this fence, that fence would have never held Mr. T. But because there was no mares, he was Buddy and he was older. He never challenged the fence here. It was good to go. But he could definitely test the fence. Buddy, when I let him in there, beeline straight to where he got out and was like testing the fence. Like, dude, where did this fence come from? It wasn't here last time I was in here. And for like the next 4 times he went in there, he went over and checked and inspected that fence line looking for weaknesses. But they haven't got out. So, and I haven't even looked at it to see if there's any holes. The guy told me he fixed everything. I believed him. And the horses haven't gotten out. So I'm like, all right, must have worked. Let's see. The Killdozer dude. He's a hero. That cop ain't no damn hero. Getting paid to come out here. He was a good dude, man. He was all right. The sheriffs out here, they don't harass. I didn't tell you this story, man. I'm driving back the other day, and I'm going to get to the guns. Let me get this down because we're going to get to the guns here. You see how you guys get me distracted on all this shit. I'm driving like a couple, 3 weeks ago. I'm coming down, and there's some freaking blue hair. I call a little old lady with blue hair in front of me. And she's like, I've already been behind her through 3 stop signs. And there's nothing that irritates me more than when I'm trying to go somewhere. I don't want to spend more time on the road. I don't want to sit and freaking play. Let's stop for 5 minutes at a stop sign, look both way, edge out, look both way, edge out a little more, look, and then drive. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? It's a freaking stop sign. Stop and move on, you freaking blue hair. So she did this for like 3 stop signs. So as soon as we got to an open area, I'm like, I'm around this shit. So I pass in a no passing zone. I mean, she's only going like freaking 20. So it wasn't like I had to go that fast anyway. But I was already irritated, so I just floored it. So the Toyota got up to like 100, 105 because I was trying to make up time for the 3 stop signs that I just wasted 15 minutes to get through because I was behind this lady. So I'm at about 105, and I know the cops usually sit in this one area, and I was like, fuck it. I need to get home. I don't remember if I had groceries, if I had to take a leak. I don't remember what, but I was like, fuck it, I'm getting my ass home. So I'm fucking hauling ass 105, and as soon as I peek this hill, there's a sheriff parked right fucking there. And I'm like, fuck! I said, I just got, damn, this is going to be a badass fucking ticket. Shit! So I hit my brakes, but, you know, when you hit your brakes at 110, it's not like you stop. So I slow down to like 80, 70, 75, and he starts pulling out. And I'm like, fuck, motherfucker. I said, here it comes. I said, let's see how this one goes. He pulls out and goes the other way, dude. He doesn't even pull me over. So I don't know if he didn't have his radar on. I don't know if he was like, fuck it. He saw me and he saw me fucking kind of like laughing like, fuck. And I was probably, great. This is what I look like when I was saying, I was like, fuck, I just got busted. I'm going to get fucked. So, and he just went the other way. Didn't even pull me over. I was like, woo, that was a good one, man. So anyway, and again, most cops, I mean, I'd pass guys going like that if it's late or no. What do I care? Yeah, speed kids racing. Oh my God, racing. That's challenging. That's a $300 ticket. I can write 2 of them for one. I'm going to chase them down and ruin it. Whatever. They're racing. I don't give a shit. Kids are being kids. I mean, we as a kid, we used to literally see a cop and go, man, let's run from the cop, see if we can get him to chase us. We would try to get him to chase us. As soon as we saw him, we'd turn left, spill out, and take off fast. And the cop would keep going straight. They wouldn't even chase us. We wanted them to chase us. It was fun. It was entertaining. But cops were like, they just understood. It wasn't this revenue. I've got to go out there and freaking harass everybody. I got to get my, it was like, you know what? Kids being kids, whatever. So, I mean, different world. Anyway, let me see what the new comment says before I get on the guns. Candace Owens for presidents. Candace Owens. Oh, I like Candace. That's that black girl, right? Nice girl. Hello, gun peeps. I was just thinking about keeping bees. My buddy who had them, I fucking lived here all these years. I talked to him all the time. I can't think of his damn name. Anyway, he lives not too far from me. As a matter of fact, I just talked to him the other day about freaking COVID and shit. But he has bees, and he kind of gave me a bee education about how they thump you and how they mark you with pheromones. And you always want to wear white. Most beehives wear white. He goes, don't go around bees in dark clothes because you look like a bear. If you got facial hair and dark clothes on, the bees are going to hit you quick because that's a natural predator of their honey. So most animals are hairy-faced or small or hairy or black or dark. They don't have a lot of white predators going after the bees. So if you wear dark, I know bees are racist. Rick, they're just picking on them because it's black and bees are racist. All right, that'll be the new mantra now. Bees are racist. They just look at natural predators as being dark, looking like bears. So, you know what? What about a polar bear, Rick? Well, you know what? Maybe they wouldn't attack a polar bear. I don't know. I'm just telling you what he told me. But he said once you get a couple of warnings and thumps, you need to leave because they just marked you with pheromones. And once the warriors and the attackers come out, once they smell that pheromone, they're going to hit your ass. So when I knew I was getting thumped out here, I was like, dude, this motherfucking bees just marked me, a little piece of shit. And I forgot to tell you this part. The driver of the bus came over later and said, hey, man, I just want to tell you, I'm sorry about your fence, but I really couldn't do it. And he kind of came over and tried to smooth it after he knew that I talked to the owner because I told him, hey, man, owner just called me. I don't need the number. And so after he found that, he became Mr. Nice Guy. Well, it was whatever. So he came over. But while he was here at my house, there was like 2 bees that would not leave him alone. And they followed. I said, dude, why don't you come inside before you get stung? And he'd already been stung in the ear. I saw a little stinger still pulsating on his ear. And he was like, yeah, it'll be all right. And so I was like, why don't you come in? This bee's kind of harassing you. And so he comes in. And I walked out to do something, to get something or whatever. And the bee is still out there. And I'm like, fuck. So I come back in. So when he leaves, I go, dude, why don't you go out the front door? Because I said, I think that bee's still waiting on you. He goes, no, he's had to leave by now. Because he's sitting here and we talked for 5 minutes about, how he was sorry. And I talked to the owner and they was going to fix it. Whatever. He goes outside. As soon as he goes outside that fucking bee, bam, he's hit him. He's like, damn, he's still here. And he had to run to his truck. So I was like, and then after he left, I went out there and that freaking bee was still out there humming around at my door. It just hung by my back door. I'm sorry. Warning, this may freaking shock somebody. I grabbed my freaking tennis racket and that bee came around me for the last time and I whacked his ass and he's not around anymore. Rick, you killed him. They're endangered. How could you? He's dead. Sorry. He's dead. It's over. Go have a memorial for him, whatever. Call PETA. All right. Let's see here. I don't think this is going to be immigrant housing out here because don't get back on highway. Yeah, Yeah, I haven't been bit by a snake, and again, I haven't even seen a copperhead. I mean, I got a lot of rat snakes out here. I haven't seen any poisonous snakes whatsoever. No rattlers. Down in San Antonio, I saw a lot of rattlers. Here, don't see any. But yeah, these houses are going to be 3 to 4 acre lots. He said he already had people wanting 2 lots. So the whole development is 95 acres. So I'm thinking at 3 to 4 acre lots, we're talking approximately 30 homes. So 30 homes, if let's say 5 people buy 2 lots, now we dropped it to maybe 25 or 22 homes. And all the backyards are going to be to the surrounding property. All the houses are going to be in the middle. So, I mean, it's not ideal. I don't know if they're all going to get separate wells. I don't know if he's bringing in city water. The more wells you put on the waterway, the more likely, the quicker your well level goes down. My well's at 420 feet. And the one guy just told me they wanted $100,000 just to dig a well, 420 feet for his water. Now, they dug one at the back of my house for like $30,000. But anyway, let's see. 6 years ago, you made a video about the rights we the people have to stop government from entering our home. Can you make an update? Really? I made a video 6 years ago about rights of people and stop government from entering our home. I don't remember that video. I don't remember which. I know I've always said, look, when the cops deal with you, don't answer your door. Don't open your door. Remember, cops can come on your property if the mailman comes on. Wherever the mailman can go, cops can go. Where FedEx can go, the cops can go. They don't need anything. I can walk up to any house that the postman goes to and knock on your door and say, hey, how you doing? I just want to talk to you. And you can slam the door in my face, say, fuck you, get off my property. I don't want to talk to you. But I can still enter and knock on your door. It's considered public access or public, what's the other term they use? It's not easement. Anyway, it's a public access to your house. It's to your front door. I can go. Now, I can't go through your locked gate and go to your back door and knock, because now you've put up a fence that said this is a barrier. It's not open to public. But if you have UPS delivering packages and they open that gate and come to your back door, now I can go in there and I can claim, as the government will claim, it's public. If you let another federal employee, the post office, go in there, then all federal employees have access to go in there. It's considered public. If you haven't restricted it, it's considered public and you can get to it. So I know people don't want to hear that and they're going to tell me I'm full of shit and I don't know the law, but I'm telling you, when it plays out, when all you people that know the law and going to sue everybody and think I'm full of shit, I'm telling you, when it plays out, tie goes to government. Government always manipulates the law, whatever it is, and government always rules within government's favors most of the time. Rarely you'll win, but you have to be pretty right. But if you don't open your door and you stay in your house, as a cop, I cannot enter your house without a warrant, consent, or exigency, period. Now, can a cop fake exigency? Yeah, I thought I heard a woman screaming. Now, when a cop comes to your door and goes, domestic violence, we just had a 911 call, heard a woman screaming, I need to take a look at your wife. And you go, fuck you, I ain't open the door. At that point, I'm going to say, dude, this isn't an option. Either have your wife come out and I talk to her and inspect her for injuries and make sure she's okay and she's not under arrest or you're not threatening her, or I kick your door. That's considered exigency. And the reason it's exigency is because if I had to go get a warrant, the woman could could bleed out if she was unconscious. So exigency says I can go in without a warrant and I don't need your consent because I'm going in to save life or prevent destruction of evidence. And that wouldn't necessarily be prevention of evidence, but it could be. I mean, I don't know if you're washing the bloody bat off and washing blood off, or you may be washing your fingerprints off, or you may be dragging the body or cutting up the body and sticking it in a disposal. I don't know any. I mean, it could be destruction of evidence. Exigency normally is to protect life or to prevent destruction of evidence. That's the most common exigency. Hot pursuit's another exigency. If I'm chasing you, you can't run somewhere and claim, I'm free, I'm safe, you can't touch me. If I'm chasing you, I can chase you anywhere. I don't have to stop. Nobody has any rights. Every house you run into. Matter of fact, if a cop wanted to, I could get my buddy and say, dude, I want to get in this house. So what I want you to do is I want you to run from me in your car. I'm going to follow you with my lights and sirens. And when you get to this house, I want you to jump out, run from me, and run through their backyard because I can't get their backyard and then I can chase you. That is legal for me to chase him if he runs from me. It's not legal for me to set it up because I made this guy a government agent and now he's working for me. So if I set that up and somebody knew it, then it wouldn't be legal. But if I set it up and nobody knew it, me chasing him into your backyard and then arresting you because as I'm running in the backyard, I look in the window and I see what I believe to be cocaine or meth or illegal guns, whatever. Now I have ecstasy to go in your house and I can stop chasing him and go after you. So don't open the door. If a cop kicks your door, it has to, all the responsibility shifts to the government to prove there was an exigency and you didn't have time to get a warrant. So now the government has to prove why. That's why when you don't answer your door, if you sit in there like a dumbass and engage with the cops and argue with them, you can create the exigency he needs to kick the door. Case in point. Let's see if I can make some up here. I'm knocking on your door and you go, fuck you, I ain't asked door, get the fuck out of here, cop. I'm like, hey, dude, I'm just here because I need to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. Fuck you, get off my property. Well, I ain't leaving your property until you come out, so you might as well come out. And, I just want to check on you, man. Are you okay? Fuck you, I'm fine. I don't need you. If I want to kill myself, I can fucking kill myself. Ain't none of your fucking business. Get off my property. Oh. Now, I might, as a government official trained to protect and serve the shit out of you, might feel that you're in danger because you've made comments that you might kill yourself. I might have to go in and save you under exigency. So because you ran your mouth thinking you know the freaking law, now you've given government a loophole to get their ass in your house. Don't talk to the cops. Don't open your freaking door. Make them kick with the evidence they have or they bring or their warrant and don't engage with them. I'm telling you, that's the only way to protect yourself. So I don't know if that's what I covered in that entering your home deal, but that's the advice I give to everybody. That has not changed. It's never changed. I used to tell people that when they call the cops because I didn't want to deal with it. And they're like, I go, dude, you can just shut the door and walk away and I got to leave. Really? Yeah. I said, I've got no reason to, if you don't want to talk to me, I can't stay here, but I'm looking for, your son, or I think your son, whatever I was investigating. If I thought it was poo button bullshit, I would advise the people how to get rid of me. And they'd be like, all right, fuck it. And they slam the door. I go, have a nice night. And I'll leave. And I'd clear it. Subject, slam door, said, didn't want to talk to me. Done. I'm out of here. And, the boss would be like, you need to go back and you need to find out if that's okay. I'm concerned about the child. There could be an exigency to get in the house. Go back and try to make contact. So, that may happen, but normally it didn't because most people are like, whatever. The less we got to deal with people, the less complaints we get, the less shit we have to do and worry about. So most cops are lazy for a reason because of bureaucracy. Most government employees are lazy. There's so much bureaucracy. Nobody wants to help. Nobody wants to take an next step. Nobody wants to get involved with anybody because normally it ends up being a complaint. You didn't do enough. They're upset. So what's the answer? Do as little as possible and avoid people. And that's why you don't get any government service. And nobody gets fired from a government because we have quota hiring. So there's no standards and we can't fire anybody for not doing their job. So you get a bunch of government that continues to grow with people that don't do the fucking job, don't know how to do the job. And you idiots are running around thinking, well, we'll just go vote. We'll vote our way out of this. Yeah, okay. You keep on with that shit. Biden, you're right, he didn't, that piece of shit. All right. My bad reaction, everybody's like, dude, man, your throat. I've never got the shortness of breath, breathing, can't breathe. I just get swelling, heat, and it turns into an infection because it doesn't go away. And the doctor said what happens is my body is sending reactions and a Benadryl stops it from reacting. Someone else said I should take Sudafed because that's a better suppressant than Benadryl for bee stings, and I'm not sure why that is. Biden's a criminal. Yeah, so is his son. Oh, check this out, people. News flash. You heard it here first. Let's see if it hits the news. A buddy of a friend of mine, a son of a buddy. All right, we'll just leave it at that. Let's just say I heard this. I have no proof, whatever. According to this person who works in the industry of oil and mining and things like that, said that the company that Biden's son was connected with making all the money was granted access to Afghanistan while we're pulling out. And they're either there now or they've been granted or cut a deal with the Taliban that they get to go in after we leave. So all my little researchers out there, I got better investigators out here than probably most police departments. Check it out. Supposedly, Biden's sons, the company that he's worked with or had an agreement with, was getting paid by, that does mining and oil shit, has already been granted access to Afghanistan and their minerals or their whatever the shit they're digging out, their resources. So we'll see if that works out. All right, let's look at some guns here. We'll get to gun shit. So I went through and was cleaning some of my guns the other day, and what I decided to do was I'm going to take a picture so I have my guns in case something ever stolen, because I've never really taken a picture of guns. So we'll talk about different 1911s. Oh, wait a minute. Sudafed is a decongestant. Does nothing to reduce. Really? But a decongestant fights your body's reaction to cause congestion, because when you get congestion, that's a reaction. I'm not sure you're right. So you could be right, but I'm not sure. Can we leave them there? Makes sense. Stir up the dust. No one see what's going on. Morning. Not shocked if that's true. I know. It just pissed me off that we don't have a media. I mean, it used to be getting the scoop. The media would be trying to catch government fucking up so that they could keep the people informed. And now they work with the government to hide their shit to keep people uninformed. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, when I was growing up, man, the media was not a friend of government. Government didn't like the media. I mean, it was we had to keep them away. They were always trying to infringe on the press. The press was in their face. Hey, you can't stop us. We can go where we want. I mean, it was hard to keep the press out of a crime scene. I mean, it took years or decades to where now I can say, fuck you, press. I can make my crime scene as big as I want. I can block off a whole damn block, keep the press out. Used to be the press was right there. They could see what we were doing. They could take pictures. They could see the body. We couldn't keep them out of the crime scene to where they couldn't report. And then slowly over time, inch by inch, now it's like the press doesn't even try to get in. They don't even come to crime scenes. They don't care. They don't care what government does. They'll just report what government tells them they did and say, hey, government's great. We need more government. Keep you safe. California, no shit. China's already wrecked it. Yeah, that Taliban, this whole thing about the Taliban, we're coordinating with them. Now, Biden said in his speech the other day that Biden said Trump cut a deal with the Taliban not to attack us. That's why. And I wanted to talk about that. Fuck. All right, I'll get back to the guns. Somebody remind me to get back to the guns. Where's my freaking shit that I had over here? Here we go. So here's the shit I want to talk about. First of all, people talk about trying to control how did that bomber get in there in Kabul. Look, New York has 800 million or 8 million people. Los Angeles has 4 million. Kabul has 4 million people. That freaking place is huge, and that's a lot of people. Can you imagine? LA has 4 million people. Can you imagine trying to search everybody in LA to keep them from coming in with a bomb? Man, that is, when you talk about really difficult tasks, just imagine that. Imagine trying to keep somebody with a bomb out of LA. I mean, that's a big area, but there's still 4 million people. So that's a problem. But the fact that we coordinated with the Taliban, and Biden said that the Taliban agreed to us, and now they're blaming this on ISIS, ISIS-K, and ISIS ain't the same as the Taliban. To me, they're all the same. They're both tyrannical, freaking religious zealot idiots that believe their imaginary friend is better than the other one, and they're right and the other one's wrong, and they're willing to kill to do it, and everybody's their enemy unless you believe what they believe. So they're anti-freedom, they're anti-everything, they're all into fear and intimidation. Taliban and ISIS, same, no different than our freaking government here. Fear, control, etc. So, the fact that we had Taliban doing checkpoints and told us we could be safe, according to Biden, Trump cut that deal, and that's why we've only had 2,500 troops here. And this just really amazes me that people can believe this. So let me get this straight, people. Put on your thinking caps and your questioning caps here. We had 2,500 service people in the entire Afghanistan, not just Kabul, in entire Afghanistan for over 18 months and not one death. Not one, with 2,500 people. Somehow, in less than 10 days that we start pulling some of these 2,500 out, we have bombings killing. Taliban has taken over control points. The whole city is crazy. We got planes flying out there. We got to evacuate everybody. So are you telling me that you want me to believe? I mean, it's all great to be patriotic and think we got the greatest government and we're badass, but we ain't that badass. 2,500 soldiers have not kept the peace. Now, there was other things that happened. Obviously, the military kind of said, fuck it, we're leaving. They dropped their guns. Now, we've not only lost the 2,500, we've lost the Taliban army or the freaking Afghanistan army or the ISIS army, whoever the hell. You know what? I don't think we ought to be moving anybody. It's your freaking country. Either fix it. You ain't coming to our country so you can be pissed off at us and cause us fucking problems. Now, there was a good Muslim on the radio the other day that said he was brought here as a kid. He's an American. He still identifies as Muslim. He works hard. He's a conservative. He thinks this is bullshit. He goes, this is liberal policies. He goes, most Muslims are more conservative than anyone, even on the moderate left. He goes, Muslims believe in certain things. And he goes, I'm an American. He goes, I'll fight for America and I'll fight for anybody in this country. And he said, I was raised Muslim. I am Muslim. He was a very well articulated, good rounded dude. And I don't meet too many Muslims that are that well-rounded. Most of them are freaking zealots. It's kind of like Catholics. I mean, if they're Catholics, they're freaking just brainwashed into the religion is everything, the Pope, the God, the world's going to end. You better get right. You better pray. You better confess. Priests that are doing things and molesting kids, it ain't their fault because we're Catholic and they're Catholic and we all got to stick together in the blue line or the freaking whatever, the Pope line, whatever. So to me, most Muslims are in the range of most Catholics. They're just freaking totally brainwashed and everything else is the problem, not their beliefs and not anybody within their beliefs. So anyway, I thought it was a good call, but I don't even know what point I was trying to go to. What was I freaking, let me go to comments, see if somebody can get me back on track. What the hell was I talking about? Good luck scenario is a freaking troll. Really? What did he say? Then ones. I see one word comment. Okay. I see 3 one-word comments. He's gone. See ya. He's out. Thanks for the heads up. Let's see here. Thumbs up, Pete. Thanks. Exactly. Translator got paid. Equate bond. No worries. No religion. See, the people that say, let me guess, Blair, you are religious. Because the people who are religious don't like other people questioning their beliefs. Just like liberals always say, let's leave politics out of this. Because they don't want anybody. You don't hear conservatives saying, like, conservatives are more freedom. Hey, talk about it. I can defend. I don't have a problem where I believe. I know it. Liberals don't want to admit they're liberal. Liberals don't want to say they support the liberal policies. Liberals don't want to say they support gun control. Liberals want to deny and always play the middle and say, it's not me, it's the other people. I'm liberal, but I have a gun. I'm liberal, but I don't believe in open borders. I'm liberal, but you vote for this freaking shit and then you want to say that you're not for it. Shut the fuck up and get out. I hate fucking liberals. So religious people are the same way. I want to be religious when I can say my piece and everybody agrees with me and we can push our bullshit, but I don't want anybody else talking about it because it makes me uncomfortable that I have to defend it. What, Blair? I'll bet money you are a religious person and that's why you don't want to talk about religion. I don't want to talk about it either because it's just fucking moot point anyway. All right. General Flynn got the Americans out praying. Russia got war down. Now it's China's turn. You know what? Whatever. What do I care if China goes over there? Let them go over there and get killed. I don't give a shit. Lord Jesus Christ. Okay, here we go. Religion weekend at Biden's. 200 plus bee stings cured my grandmother's arthritis. You know, I heard that bee stings kind of do something for arthritis. Soapy water kills bees in a second. Yeah, I didn't really want to kill them. I mean, I kind of live and let live as long as they're not trying to kill me. But after he freaking put that big ass thing in there and tore up their house, I could get their pissed. I'll just stay away from them and let them calm down and then go do their shit. China and Russia is joining the Taliban. I didn't know Russia was going to go get involved in that again. Good morning, gum peeps. Biden's a creep. Here we go. Taliban is worried about brain drain. Sorry, who's preaching? Government is corrupt. Government and religion are the same freaking thing. And I know religious people hate hearing that, but I'm sorry. Power, control, and fear. I can do more with your money than you. Give it to me in order to get into heaven. Both government and religion promise things that they can't ever provide, and you can't prove they can't provide it until you're dead and gone. And then you can't do shit. All right, thank you, Holy Dear. Okay, dude, that's like the third time I think I've seen this guy. Is this Erica that wants to keep repeating that? It's obvious to all purchasers that Biden was shoe. Rick, try 1 shot of heated gin in a saucepan. Add tablespoon of sugar. Just warm it up. What am I drinking this for? What the hell am I? I'm drinking gin and sugar. Warm. What? Why am I drinking this? Is this because I'm pissed off at government, pissed off at religion, because I got stung by a bee? What the hell is this related to? Come on, people. Make your comments so I can keep up. I'm reading these 20 minutes later or whatever. Taliban release ISIS prisoners. Yeah, perfect. Adolf, knock it off. Is that the guy I blocked, Adolf? Didn't know I was supposed to be looking for him. Looking for who? Run security, fucking cunts. Taliban is patriotic to their country. Okay. Hey, one man's patriots, another man terrorists. Right now, patriots who love our founders, who love this country and love the Constitution, are considered domestic terrorists. Our government has labeled anybody that's a patriot as a domestic terrorist. So one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist. It all depends on who gets to label them. Eric Lord. Okay, dude, you're done too. See you later. Go to church because you ain't pay off. You can block the religious people yourself. Yeah, that's true. You can. I just don't want to read it. I'm trying to keep comments. I mean, I don't really care if you guys have private conversations and do that, but I'm just trying to see if somebody has a question for me that I can answer. All right. So Russia isn't joining the Taliban. I met with Spetsnaz in the region hunting and killing Taliban. Yeah, I would think they aren't Taliban either, because Taliban was kind of their enemy, I thought, too. Who cares about religion? People getting killed. Biden really screwed up. Oh, crap. I'm late. Can anyone explain to me why everyone hates Russia? I don't hate Russia. Our government hates Russia because they want everyone else to have a common enemy. Remember, when government tells you who the enemy is, that they keep power. When you figure it out for yourself that it's really government is your enemy, that's what government doesn't want. And they don't want you figuring it out. So how does government stop people from figuring out that they're the enemy? They promise you things. They tell you they'll give you things. They fear you. The COVID, invasion. The Russians are going to get you. China's going to get you. These people are going to get you. We got to do this. So look, I don't know if everybody hates Russia. Our government wants people to believe that Russia is the enemy and bad. I don't have a problem with Russia. China gave his son billions to manage money market schemes. Rick, look up William D. Darby in Alabama, cop just convicted of murder. No shit. Wow. Let's see here. What's his name? William Wallace. Freedom! William Ben Darby? Did I not type it right? Family responds, release a body cam of William Darby murder. Watch Parker respond.
Represent the Parker family, the family of Jeffrey Parker, who was murdered using, but the attorney.
All right. Family responds. Is this the cop? Madison County Sheriff Office photo. Is William Darby the cop? Weren't we just discussing this in another video? Is this the one that killed somebody? I don't know anything about this case. It doesn't look like they're showing the dash cam. Let me see if another one. Former Hartsville police officer William Darby sentenced to 25 years for murder. Darby was the third officer on scene. His attorney argued that Darby's actions was necessary to protect himself, whatever. And the first officer on scene, prosecution argued Parker never moved for his gun from his own head. Had advised Pegasus is a horse. He wasn't hurt. Where's the freaking... Oh, is this the one? Is this where the guy set the house on fire? Why aren't they giving me the video?
Footage used to convict a Huntsville police officer, echoing a request first made by AL.com. News 19 asked Madison County Judge Donna Pate to publicly release the video presented as evidence in William Darby's trial. Now, the video central to the case that convicted the now former officer in the murder of Jeffrey Parker. We have to warn you, it's a graphic scene at the center of a murder case, and sensitive viewers may want to look away.
Sensitive? Uh-oh, I lost all my viewers.
Hey, bro. Put the gun down. Put the gun down. Hey, bro. Put it down, bro. Put the gun. Put it down. I'm not going to tell you again. Please. I'm not with the gun.
The video's been released, and we hope people look at it. It's going to be sensitive, and it's going to be graphic, and but it's important.
Attorney Martin Weinberg says his clients, the family of Jeffrey Parker, wanted the public to see the footage the moments before.
I couldn't tell anything. I couldn't tell what the guy was doing. How's people saying the gun was to his head and he didn't move? I couldn't see shit.
Shot Jeffrey Parker in 2018. Darby was cleared by a police shooting review board that saw the video.
Handcuffed him.
The same video, which was later shown to a Madison County grand jury that indicted Darby, and the jury that
violating policy, never handcuff somebody in the front. But Rick, he already killed him. Okay, I guess he can violate policy.
Convicted him. News 19 and AL.com filed requests to access the video, arguing Darby worked for a public agency and the body cam video is taxpayer funded. Not to mention, from the time of Darby's indictment, the city of Huntsville committed $125,000 to his defense.
Taxpayers we've heard from.
$125,000 to defend this cop. That's why it's tough, man.
Overwhelmingly wanted this to be released to see what their tax dollars were being spent for.
I'm sorry, but I cannot tell.
It is evidence in William Darby's trial.
So this is about a white cop shooting a white person. I thought they only shot black people, but maybe that's just a media narrative.
A video central to the case that convicted the now former officer in the murder of Jeffrey Parker. We have and sensitive.
Hey, bro. Put the gun down. Put the gun down.
So they must be blurring him out because I can't see the gun or where it's at. Why are you going to release a video if you're not going to let us see, whether or not the officer was...
Hey, bro. Put it down, bro. Put the gun. Put it down. I'm not going to tell you again. Please. I'm not with the gun.
Okay, so I don't even know what the video shows. But if the video shows him with a gun to his head and he never moved it, then it's murder. Because he can't say that he was a threat to himself. He can't say he was protecting him from someone else. You can only shoot to protect yourself or others. You can't shoot somebody that wants to do themselves harm. If I'm cutting my wrist, you can't shoot me. If I'm punching myself in the face, you can't shoot me to save me. So this cop shot a dude with, and this used to be a question, a scenario when you were, for a while there, if you applied for a cop, one of the oral board questions, a guy got his gun to his head, he says he's going to shoot, and you're there with your gun. What do you do? And you're supposed to answer, I talked to him, I try to talk him down, blah, blah, blah. And then they go, he's not going to talk down. There's other people in the area. And you're like, well, I just talked to him. I can't shoot him. He's got a gun to his head. Well, as you talk to him, he says he's going to shoot himself unless you shoot him. I can't shoot him because he got to. Well, now someone says the bullet may go through him and hit somebody, and they pressure and pressure you until you say, okay, at that point I would shoot him. That's what they're trying to get you to do, because the right answer, and they want you to stick to it, is I can't shoot a guy who's got a gun to his own head. He's not a threat to anyone else but himself, and I can't shoot him. And that's what they would do, but they would keep changing the scenario and pressure and see if they could get you, which really isn't fair because when you haven't been a cop, you're easily guided. You know the law. And, well, what if the sergeant shows up and says, shoot him? Well, if I had to follow an order and the sergeant told me to shoot him, then I shoot him. The answer should be, from a veteran cop, if the fucking sergeant wants to shoot him, let him shoot him. I ain't shooting because the sergeant told me to unless I can justify fucking deadly force. That should have been the answer, but a lot of guys will fold when you throw in that the sergeant gave you an order. Okay, I would shoot him. So, you know what? This case, he got 25 years. Good. I don't have a problem. Good. More cops ought to be getting this. Rick, he was out there doing his job. This isolated incident. Why are you? All right, whatever. I'm just telling you how I see it, dude. I got no freaking dog in this fight. Central time zone should just be called Texas time. Was shot center mass with a pump shotgun. Yeah, that you ain't recovering from that shit. Although in the military, one dude did try to kill himself with a shotgun. He held it under his chin. He just blew the front of his face off. He ended up living. So that happens a lot when people don't try to kill themselves. They don't do it right. Cat spat, bad argument. Uh-oh, what's cat spat arguing about? What do we got here? If they can't get away with shooting a puppy playing in a parking lot, they can get away with anything. I know. I agree. He's right. I think that's a damn good argument. They can shoot anybody. It was a flare gun. It wasn't even a real gun. Well, now, on first reaction, that sounds like it's different. Doesn't matter. If you point a flare gun at a cop, a flare gun can cause serious bodily injury, can burn you, it can maim you, it can put your eye out. It could kill you. Not likely, but it could. So that makes deadly force authorized. So it doesn't matter whether it's got a gun, a pink gun, a gun with feathers around it, a flare gun, a black powder gun, a knife, a big club, any weapon that can cause serious bodily injury and or death, deadly force is authorized as long as that weapon can be used. I can't shoot a guy with a bat across the street and claim I was in fear of my life. Well, Ricky could have thrown it at you. Well, that's because you're a pussy and that shouldn't fly, although it probably would. It shouldn't. If I'm going to justify deadly force shooting somebody with a bat, they better be swinging it at me and close enough to where they could possibly hit me. Now I can shoot them. They can be coming at me swinging it, and I could trip, and then I could shoot them. So, but again, deadly force, as long as I'm protecting. Now, if they got a bat and I'm across the street and a kid walks up to him and he acts like he's going to swing it at the kid, now I can shoot him because I'm protecting someone else. Deadly force is really pretty simple. I mean, everybody wants to come in here and get, well, in this state, no, you got to do the opportunity and capability and necessity. Yeah, it's pretty freaking simple. Either a person is a danger to you or others, or he's not. And he's got to be a danger. It can't be, I'm going to come over there and hit you in the head with a bat. As soon as he came over, I shot him. He didn't have a bat, but he said he was going to come over with a bat, so I shot and killed him. That ain't going to fly. I mean, let's see here. Alabama's not a liberal state. There's liberals in every state, unfortunately. It reminds me of the movie Breakfast Club. Are no longer trained to de-escalate. They are trained. Matter of fact, there's actually spots and specific training. People are getting rich, probably ex-cops, are getting rich off government by setting up lesson plans on de-escalation, and then the agencies are forced to have all their agencies attend. So these guys are getting rich teaching de-escalation. Training is not the issue, people. Accountability. Cops get enough training. They're not held accountable for the training they get. That's the problem. You idiot sheep people that keep calling for more training just buy into that, oh yeah, government can fix it if we just give them more money and they give more. That's not the problem. Government accountability. We trained you in academy how to escalate. I shouldn't have to send you to training every year or every month. I shouldn't have to send you to training every 6 days on de-escalation because you failed to follow the previous training. If I give you training, it's your responsibility that you remember it, you learn it, and you apply it to your duties. Not every day, not 14 times a month, not 3 times a year. It's period. You have the training. It's your responsibility. But if you don't hold cops accountable because of quota hire, because she was a female, because she's not really that smart, because he was a quota hire and he got hired because of what bathroom he used or what color he is, so he's not that smart, so we'll just dumb it down and we'll hold nobody accountable for anything. And we'll keep the pesky citizens thinking, yeah, if we just had more money for more training, then we would really fix the problem. Your first mistake is believing any damn thing government tells you. But I digress. Watched the video, please. Interesting. Mr. Tree seemed to get a lot. Lord help Tampa, wrong place. What do you think of the Rossi 4570? 4570 is a good round. And Rossi makes a pretty good gun. I don't have a problem with Rossi's. You can shoot to protect yourself or others from dangerous or deadly threats. And that's one way to say it. I mean, to me, it's just, you have to keep in a mindset. When I shoot somebody, if I didn't shoot, am I able to say that person would be dead or hurt, or I would be dead or hurt? If you can't say that after you shoot, you're going to have problems if you're not a cop. Now, with a cop, I was a fear of my life and no problem. They don't challenge you. So, but as a citizen, if you shoot, you better be able to say, if I didn't shoot at that point, in my mind, that person would be dead or seriously hurt, or I would be dead or seriously hurt. If you can't say that, then deadly force wasn't authorized. That's what it boils down to. It's pretty simple in that thing. You can get all diluted in the legal and necessity and probable cause and reasonable force and reasonable suspicion and likelihood of belief and was it necessary. You can get all tied up in that bullshit. At the end of the day, you better be able to say, if I didn't shoot this guy, he was going to kill me or he was going to kill them. If I didn't shoot that guy, he was going to bust my head or kill me or seriously injure me, or he was going to bust their head or seriously kill them. If you can't say that, then your shooting is going to have issues. All right, let's get to my pistolas. How the hell do I get out of this thing? Oh.
The video's been released and
Okay. Oh, I wanted to talk about this since I'm already here. Rick, stay on point. I'm going to get to the guns. Hang on, people. Bear with me. Damn it. You freaking people keep putting these shiny topics in front of me and I talk about it. All right. So on this 9 law thing, a lot of people were talking shit about the 666. Okay. Mainly the religious people, because somebody says a total of 666 new laws will take effect. Now, when I first read this, I thought it said about, or I added in that there was approximately 666, and I thought the media had picked this 666 to stir up some sinister shit. But it doesn't say approximately. It says a total of 666. So when you click on this link, it takes you to all the legislation here. And I was going to go somewhere all the stupid shit that was passed. So there are 81 pages. And when I hit the down arrow, I hit it 81 times. And there's 8, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 10 on each page. And I hit it 86 times, which comes out to like 860. So even if I'm off a little bit, this 666 number, I don't know where it came from, but whoever wrote the article, I think stuck it in there for some nefarious to get hits, to get more people to do it, to spark conversation. Oh my God, it's the mark of the devil. The end is near. See, Texas is falling. They're going to, and you wanted to get into this religious bullshit on the 666. I mean, think about it, people. We still have buildings that don't have a 13th floor. Our country has some stupid shit. I mean, when I was a kid and raised Catholic, I was scared of all kind of shit. Don't walk on a ladder. Don't walk by a black cat. Black cats are dangerous. They're bad. This and that. Don't do this on Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th. Don't go on the 13th floor. Don't pick any 13th. This is the mark of the devil. Blah, 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 blah. And I mean, I was just programmed. I literally was like fearful and worried about that shit when I was a dumbass. And then once I became woke on religion, now I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? I mean, we're still a country, supposedly a first world country, that doesn't have a 13th floor. We still have a 13th floor. We just can't name it 13th because it offends so many people. So we'll go from 12 to 14th floor to 15th floor. So a 30-story building only has 29 stories because we didn't want to name the 13th floor because people would be offended. I'm surprised we haven't taken away the 13th day of the month. Somebody hasn't petitioned because it's the day of the devil or whatever. Freaking crazy people. All right. Let's see. You can change the number of a floor level, but it's still exactly. But it makes people feel better, and feelings are important. Biggest superstition at all is government is necessary. Well, yeah, I don't know if that's a superstition or just a program belief, or it's really hard. Weak people like government. I mean, I'm sorry if you like government, but weak people like government. People who can't protect themselves, who can't provide, who feel like they need protection from someone else, who feel like they need safety from someone else, who feel like without someone else, they would be a victim because they are a victim running around looking for a place to happen. So weak people like government. Guess what? Government likes weak people. They love you. They want you fearful. They want you thinking they're necessary and great and good and effective. And if you just give them more money and more power, they will fix all your problems. Again, weak and stupid people, government loves you. Weak and stupid people love government because they just haven't figured it out. Sorry. Rick, I like government and I'm not weak or stupid and you're just mean because you whatever. That was my comment. I was just kidding. We should get into the comments. All right, here we go, people. I got this is a comment thing for you guys. What is one of your superstitions? What's your worst superstition that you have? I'm not sure I have one. I mean, I like April Fools because I like to trick people, but I don't think that's a superstition. What's my worst superstition? I used to be you couldn't walk on a grave if you step on a grave. I guess it's a little disrespectful, maybe. I don't know if it's a superstition. I just kind of think it's disrespectful if you walk on someone's grave. But as a kid, I was brought up, it's you'll go to hell and the devil will grab you or whatever if you walk on a grave or whatever Catholics are freaking teaching crazy people to get you in a room with a priest by yourself so he can do a freaking testy inspection and call it freaking helping you. Whatever. All right, what's your worst fears? Here we go. Government protects us, hoblins, it creates us. Don't put your shoes on the table. You know, I think I've heard that one too. But I didn't know it was a superstition. I just thought it was kind of like a dirty and disrespectful thing. Breaking a mirror, I have heard that. Now, if I break a mirror, I'm like, whatever, it's freaking glass. When I was younger, I was like very paranoid around mirror. If I broke a mirror, I was stressful. I didn't sleep. I was waiting for something bad to happen. 7 years, bad luck. Oh my God, my life's over because I broke a mirror. That's a good one. I forgot that one. Let's see. We had POTUS, now we have potatoes. I was born on 13th, been super lucky. Yeah, you know what? What about all the poor people born on 13th? They're just the devil, Rick. Oh, okay, I got it. I call it stupid stitches, okay? Freemason symbol of the pyramid. Is that a superstition? I don't know what that one is. Because they don't want to take responsibility, choices, and consequences. Why is 13 bad number? Because Judas was the 13th disciple. Is that why it is? I don't even know why 13 was bad. That's a good question. Why is 13 bad? That may be true. I don't know. I like government to kill itself. I like trees except for the deadly ones. When I am weak, I am strong. What? Government protects the modern tech and cause humans race to resolve survival of the fittest. I don't trust government. That's probably a good thing. Look at your paper money. Check the eagle. 13 arrows. Yeah, I know there's a lot of 13s in our government. People are playing clickbait. What's clickbait? Is that a superstition? Feelings are what fucked up the country. Well, I mean, I don't think our founders were evil and mean and feelingless people. I just think men tend to look at things differently than women. I know that's sexist and people's heads are exploding in the liberal. So there's some little freaking YouTube strike woman sitting in a rainbow corner cubicle saying, oh my God, I just got a flag. This guy's talking about freaking women, you know, whatever. So men look at things not so much as emotional and feelings. You know, a kid skins his knee, guy will be like, he'll get up and pick himself. A mother, let me go pick him up. Let me hug him. Let me doctor it. Let me show him I love him. We just have different mindsets. Not necessarily one is better or worse. It's just we're different. So I just think feelings, men make better decisions in business because they don't let feelings get involved. Women, not that they can't run business, not that women can't be just as cruel as men, not that there aren't great women in success in business, and not that there's freaking little feminine women that are feelings, everything's about feelings, and they suck in business and they screw everything up because of there's all ends of every spectrum. But I'm just telling you, normally men do a little bit better in business. So when men founded this country, it was more business oriented. It was less feelings oriented. Remember, countries that are great and that become great usually fail because they abandon the principles that made them great. That's what America's done. The things that made us the greatest, wealthiest, most great country that people wanted to come from around the world to be here, those things have now been abandoned. And those things are now evil and bad. And we need to do what everyone else is doing. And we need to care, and we need to feel, and we need to protect, and we need to make everyone feel welcome, and we need to open, and we need to help, and we need to give away. We need to steal from the people that work hard and made the country great so we can give it to those people that can't speak English, come here, and don't want to work and want everything for free. That's what fucks up the country. But anyway, let me go down to new comments. I'm back to, let's get back to superstitions. Come on. Let's get to the superstitions thing. I want to hear full moon is bad and scary. I don't remember a full moon being bad. I do think a full moon changes moods because it affects the tide and the pressures or whatever. So some people, I do believe, get a little moody during a full moon. Now, maybe that's why people say that werewolves come out and crazy people come out, because it makes some people crazy. But I do think the moon does affect something because it changes the tide with the gravitational pull or whatever. Maybe I'm full of shit. I don't know. Athletes tend to be athletes are, they're more routine superstitious. If something worked, I don't want to change anything because I'll fuck it up. So 1, 2, 3, that's what I got to do every time. You know, the guys at the bat, every time I pitch, they got to stand up, check their nuts, spit, and tighten their glove, put the bat between their legs, tighten the gloves, grab their nuts, and swing the bat after every pitch. And I'm like, dude, really? Come on. But athletes are superstitious. I agree. Watch out for fat men on roller skates. Sweep feet getting married. Sweep feet? I don't know what the hell that means. Racist is the left war cry. If a bird flies, oh yeah, bird flying in the window, someone's going to die. That is, man, I grew up with that. Man, if you guys knew my mom, she's freaking, she was a freakazoid about freaking superstition. I mean, she'd look at it and went, did you see that flash? Oh my God, someone in the family's going to die. 3 days later, some distant cousin, somebody died. I told you, see, it's true. I mean, you can always make these things. Let's see. I don't care about feelings. I mean, I care about feelings. I don't want to hurt somebody's feelings. I don't want to make somebody feel bad. I mean, I don't feel good by tearing someone else down. That doesn't give me I feel good by helping somebody or making them smarter or giving them something they can use when I'm gone or giving back. That makes me feel good. Tearing somebody down and making them feel bad, I don't get my jollies on that. I'm hungry for what's for lunch. I haven't thought about lunch yet. I usually end my things on lunch. When I was a kid, Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary? I know Bloody Mary supposedly drink that in the morning after a hangover and it's supposed to help. I don't know what that means superstition-wise. People looking for a house in Texas. I don't know that superstition. Come on, people. Give me your greatest superstition or the ones that you remember. The last 3 digits of my bank card is no shit. I'm surprised they even allow that. 666 is like, oh my God, you have to change it. In Yolo County, where I worked, our prefix was 666 for all county offices. 666 was your prefix. So, I mean, people, I give my number, they'd look at it and be like, I'm not calling this number. Is this a real number? I'm like, dude, it's a real number. That's so. Foundation of Washington, yeah. Don't break a mirror, yep. Because don't walk under a ladder. I remember walking on a ladder. There's something about an itchy palm, you're going to come into money. I think I remember that one. If your palm itches or if your feet itch, you're going to come into money, or you should go do. I can't remember. There's something about that one. The lefties' war cry. I get creeped out of full moon. Come on, people. Where's my suspicion? JB, can I eat your sprinkles off your donuts? Last time I heard time I inspection guy, Dana. What? How did we get off my suspicions? I can't control my freaking people. Look, I'm here to help you people. You got to let me control you. Only talk about superstitions. I don't give a shit what you're talking about. I just kind of want to know what Driver's license number 666. My grandma. Oh, umbrellas in the house. Yes, that is another one. I open an umbrella, man, I'd be kicked out of the house. Get that out, close that. You're going to create bad luck for all. I mean, you could not open an umbrella in the house. There was something else about you have to put palms during a storm. Maybe that's just a Catholic thing. But they give out these palm leaves from a palm tree, and they're blessed and they're holy. And on Palm Sunday, you have to go get them in the church, and you have to put them behind the cross or hang them in the house or some shit. And it protects you or whatever. But during a storm, you got to pull out your palm leaves because they'll protect you. And I'm like, shit, I've been in hurricanes, freaking house flood and everything. Palm leaves didn't do shit. We're out there digging in the rain and wind, trying to keep the house from flooding. Throw salt over the shoulder. Yeah. If you spill the salt, you throw it over your shoulder for good luck. I think that was, you're right. Cracks in the sidewalk. I remember that one. Walk on a crack, break your mother's back. You had to jump over cracks or something. Splitting a pole. If you're holding hands with someone you love and you guys split a pole, supposedly bad luck. Don't ever split a pole. If you're holding hands, don't let a pole split you. You either both go one way or the other. If you split, supposedly you're going to have a shitty relationship. Everything's going to go bad. Knock on wood for good luck. Yep, I remember that one. People still do that. I'm still talking to people sometimes. They make a statement. I haven't caught COVID yet. Hang on, let me knock on wood. Yeah, okay. I don't know where that came from. JB's giving out sprinkles. Black cats. Yep. Poor black cats got a bad rap, man. People would kill them on Halloween. Halloween's supposed to be some Satan worshiper crazy crap. Oh, Topeka, Kansas zip code. No shit. Ooh. I wonder if you got religious people moving to Topeka, Kansas. You probably only have double people there. That town's evil. Ooh, dangerous. That's where the world's going to start ending. Don't go there. Man, I'm surprised they even allow that. Knock on wood. My butt itches, asking for help. I've never heard that one. My butt itches, asking for a helping hand. Is that a joke? Walk under a ladder. I heard that. Yep. Religion's the greatest superstition. No redheads on a boat. No shit, never heard that. No redheads on a boat. I have never heard that. Where did that come from? I heard the old sailors and pilots long ago, because being a sailor was a man's job, that if you put a woman, that's why the captain couldn't bring a woman, or nobody could bring their women on the boat, because a woman on the boat was bad luck. You would sink or whatever. Again, was that a way for men to maintain control? All these fears usually have some sort of power or money connected to somebody who's promoting this. Filipinos give rice and coins for good luck. Step on a crack. Okay, knock on wood. Okay, I thought I would get something that I didn't know. Light as a feather, stiff as a board. Didn't they say that on a thing to make something lift? You played a game, light as a feather, stiff as a board. You could lift somebody or whatever. I must admit, now that I think about my superstitions, how many of y'all played the Ouija board? That freaking board freaked me out. And again, I was younger and I was all into superstitions, but we'd ask that thing questions and it would answer sometimes that we didn't freaking know. And that little freaking thing would slide around and I would swear I'm not moving it. And that Ouija board kind of freaked me out. I got to admit, if I had a superstition, I don't know today if I would play with a Ouija board. I mean, I probably would, and maybe it wouldn't work because I'm not superstitious now, but that Ouija board kind of freaked me out. All right. Last new comments. I hate the Ouija board. Scary shit. I know, man. That little sucker, it's just a freaking piece of plywood with a thing with felt on it. I mean, think about it. It's a piece of plywood with numbers. But I'm telling you, man, every time I played that thing made me freaking freak. Don't drop the soap. I just heard that was bad luck so you don't get goosed. I don't know about bad luck otherwise. Don't take the broom when you move. What? I've never heard that one. Don't take the broom when you move? Really? I have never heard that one. What does that mean if you take it? You're going to have a dirty house, or your house going to fall down, you can't sweep? I've never heard that one. Thunderstorms keep knocking out my internet. No shit. Wow. Astrology. Yeah, I'm not in astrology. I mean, I used to. Changing the name on a boat. I have heard if you change the name on a boat, that's not good. when you name your boat. Yeah, I have heard that one. Don't get married this battle. Heard it woman on dope because if the ship went down, if it was her time of the month, it would attract sharks. Really? That would make a little sense. A little sense. But that's kind of reasonable suspicion. That's not really suspicion. That's kind of a fact that if it's that time of the month, you blood in the water, it's going to attract sharks. Hot ears means someone's talking. Oh, yeah, I've heard that. I bet your ears are burning. Yeah, because somebody's talking about you. My daughter was born on Friday the 13th. Good luck day. 90% she was a boy. She was a girl. All righty. Watch out for fat men on roller skates. I don't know about that one. All right, let's get to my so the lost 666. We went around freaking. What the hell is this? Oh, this is some crazy shit here, people. Damn, I got to get to this, my freaking guns. I've been talking for an hour, 4 minutes. I still ain't got to my gun shit. All right, check out this video. This is crazy.
Excuse me. What the is he doing?
What is going on over there? Is there a tarp?
Yeah, he's actually filling the bed of his truck.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, what kind of idiot lines his bed and fills it up with gas and then drives off and not expect us? This freaking dude is a weirdo idiot. I mean, the fact that he's got a ponytail, call that a clue.
I mean, look, it's leaking out.
Rick, I have a ponytail and it's not fair. You shouldn't pick on people with ponytails. Oh, all right, whatever.
Is that gas? Gas is leaking out of the back seat?
Yeah.
This girl's a little irritating. She's like super shocked and now she's going to get involved. So I wanted to watch this to talk about getting involved in things. So you see a guy filling up the back of his truck with gas. Is that smart? No. Is he an idiot? Yeah. Is it affecting me? Probably not. I don't give a shit. I might videotape his dumb ass to laugh at him, but I'm not going to get involved. These people get involved.
This guy's an absolute idiot.
I can't believe that. Why would he do that? What is he doing?
What is he doing?
We gotta say something.
We got to say something. So the guy was just videotaping, and the woman wants to get involved, wants to save him, wants to help.
This is insane. I can't with people right now. I can't.
I've never seen anything like it. I don't think we're safe right here.
If someone's even remotely close to him.
I know. If anybody smokes a cigarette right now, we are all done. Do you want to go?
Yeah, actually, I'm down.
Okay. Just go and let them know what's going on.
Hang on, I wasn't paying attention. What are you going to do, girl? Why are you looking at him? Why are you trying to start shit? Why are you looking over there talking to him?
What an absolute idiot.
Okay, so not only is this guy planning sucks, he puts a tarp in. You're going to see in a minute. It's not even really up on all the edges, and it's already leaking, and he's still putting it in. I wonder how far he's going. I mean, look, this really isn't a bad idea if you're a terrorist. I hate to give terrorist tips, but if you want to go fuck up something or a building, fill your truck up with gas and then drive through a building. And you'll probably blow up the building. All the gas will be in there. It'll splatter everywhere. There'll be a lot of fumes. If it doesn't blow up from just the car and driving in, then you can light a match afterwards. I mean, to me, this would be more of, I'd be concerned that this idiot wants to go blow something up than the guy's just an idiot. But anyway, let's see where we go here. She's got a mask on. At least she has her mask on.
What did they say? What did they
Wow, that mask looks scary.
say?
I just told the lady in the gas station,
Yeah.
and she said she knows. She's calling the cops.
The cops are on their way.
Yeah.
Wow. Doesn't she feel special? Wow. She saved the world. Man, we need more women in politics and everything because they'll save everything. Really?
Dude, this isn't safe.
No. Oh my God.
Say something. I'm really concerned. It's like not.
In California, this idiot would have freaking all these little freaking electric cars pulling up. Dude, you're ruining the environment. The gas is hitting your creek. Call the fire department. Call government. They'll come save you. So telling the owner wasn't enough. At first, they were scared. They wanted to leave because it was going to blow up. Then she wants to tell the store owner. Now they've called the cops. Now they're going to go and confront this guy. Who thinks this is a good idea? Raise your hand that you confront an idiot filling up his bed with gas, and you think it's a good idea to go talk to him and tell him he's fucking an idiot. Raise your hand. Okay. Well, you're a dumbass. Your hand's up. Let me go in the comments and see what the hell people are thinking here. There's no future for her showing this shit. She was hot till she opened her mouth. Hey, a girl open her mouth can still be hot. Let's see. Hot on the outside, ugly. She's not ugly. Come on, quit picking on her. I mean, she's not smart, but the cashier should have. Yeah, I agree. The cashier could have shut it off. That would have been a good idea. Emergency shut off. The cashier should have turned the shit off. Good thing he ain't smoking. Yeah, but you can't control everyone else from smoking. Some done kids lighting gas will be leaving, looking for a review. She's kind of hot. She put her mask on. When I first saw it, she was putting her mask on the car. I was like, oh my God, she's an idiot. She's putting a mask because they were talking about leaving. And then she puts her mask on. I'm like, really? You're going to put a mask on in the car when you're just in there with your boyfriend? Are you kidding me? But then she got out and I went, okay. Police got involved. Do you think another agency would have came? Oh, I think the police would come to this. Hard on the wallet and nerves. Yeah, I think this person is talking about the woman, not the gas people. No bouncy. Dude needs a duct tape. Barter that stuff. I mean, look, he's gonna lose. I mean, with this much surface area of a bed of a truck, you're losing a lot through evaporation. Just being in the sun and out in the wind. Now you start driving with the wind over it. Man, gas evaporates quick as it is. What an idiot. Okay, he will be the darn award. Wait till you see him drive off. The combined IQ of these people couldn't get across the street to get a taxi. I mind my own business. That's probably pretty good. I mean, him doing this does not affect us. It wastes fuel. But he's paying for it. It's his fuel. If he wants to waste it, I don't care. I like her shorts. You like what's in the shorts. You don't like her shorts. What women in charge? Everyone, then stupid people don't die. The balance is upset. Exactly how government is. The government has upset the balance of fucking Darwin and natural order of thinning the herd. Could be diesel. I don't think it's diesel. When it comes up, it's not green. But even if it is diesel, you're putting it in the bed of your truck. It's stupid. China is meeting with the Taliban for 2 weeks before it went to hell. China is now getting to mine all the lithium in the country. Well, you know what? We didn't mine any of it. We were there. We went over there and had our guys die and put in trillions of dollars, and we don't ask for any money back. We should have took $2 trillion of mining before we left. See, when you got a liberal government that thinks money grows on trees, they just want to give everything away and raise taxes on the working Americans, steal from our country to give to other countries, and don't want anybody to pay for anything. Our government only wants the pesky taxpayer to pay. That's the only person that should have to pay. Government shouldn't have to pay. Other countries shouldn't have to pay. Illegals shouldn't have to pay. Nobody should pay except the pesky working people. What would you do as a cop? If I rolled up there, I'd be like, dude, you're kind of creating a fire hazard. I mean, if there's not something, I would look up, is there a code? Is there some health and safety code? I guarantee you in California, there is a code that gas can only be transported in an authorized, legitimate, Department of Transportation approved container. California has a regulation for everything. That's probably what I would cite him for. I would probably call the fire department, say, how do we get rid of this? He can't leave. He's a hazard. I probably wouldn't let him move. I'd probably call the fire department because they do hazardous waste and probably get input from them. If I was a cop and I respond to this, I got dispatched, that's what I would do. Gasoline melts Kevlar. Putting gas in the back of pickup truck is bad luck. That's a new superstition. You know what? I kind of decided not to have kids. I didn't want to bring kids up because I just, I think when you bring a kid in the world, you need to accept responsibility. This is a long-term event, just like when I take on an animal. It's a lifelong event. And unless you're prepared either financially, you're where you're at in your career and education, you have the spouse that you think is going to be around forever, and you pretty much sure, unless you have a lot of things lined up, I don't think you ought to be having kids. Now, if you go into the ghetto, having a kid is free money. The more kids you have, the more money you get. So when government has now made it's financially beneficial to have kids. Even if you're married and have a kid, you get tax breaks. You have to pay property. You have to pay school tax. Why not have a kid and use some of it? If you got to pay it, you might as well use it. People without kids have to pay school tax and they don't get to use it. So, it was a decision not to have kids. I mean, I've had quite a few women that wanted to have a kid with me, and I was like, nah, that probably ain't going to happen. Is it possible starting a fire during a burnout? I don't think so, because rubber and concrete is not going to make sparks. So you're not going to cause a fire. You need some sort of sparking device. I would have left my life's priority. Yeah, I don't know if I'd hang around either. I might want to film it from across the street, though, because it'd be kind of funny to pick on him. I might just go live. Hey, guys, look at this idiot. What does that say? It's very dangerous. Gas is not flammable. It's the fumes that will cause the explosion. Oh, shit. Natural selection. Piss off a nut job. All right, let's get back to the video. Here we go.
Excuse me.
Here comes Captain Save-A-Ho. Let me go save the world.
Excuse me.
That doesn't look like diesel. It's black. This guy kind of ignores him.
Hi.
You know that this is really
So this guy is already offended because you're shoving a camera in his face. That's one way to offend people.
dangerous, right?
What are you doing, dude?
You know that this is really not safe.
You know what's not safe? Walking up to a crazy dude filling up his car with gas with a freaking gas pump that can squirt you with gas. That's what's not safe, Mr. Safety Sally, Mr. Safety Police.
You're gonna cause a big accident.
Look at him. He can't even fix his thing. Shit's running out over here as he fills it up. I got any physics majors out here? I wonder what's going to happen when he starts and stops with a bed full of fluid. Any of my viewers smart enough to answer that?
Seriously.
Dude,
Yeah.
why are you doing that?
You know that
Because it's my motherfucking truck and I'm paying for the motherfucking gas and I don't have to justify what the fuck I'm doing to you. That's why I'm doing it. How about that? I'd have been okay with that answer.
it's not safe, but they're gonna call the cops.
Dude, it's not that serious.
Okay, so you just saw that there is green there.
Excuse me.
Hi.
You know that this is really dangerous, right?
What are you doing, dude?
You know that this is really not safe.
Dude's wearing brown socks with gray. He just doesn't look color coordinated. That's more offensive to me than anything. Okay, come on, dude. You got, what is that, white? Maybe that's tan and brown with a little gray going on. All right. I just want to be the fashion police, because if I was there, I'd be like, dude, why are you wearing brown socks? Can't you pick a better color? Because that's what I like to do with my life, is run around and tell other people what the fuck they're doing.
Cause a big accident. Seriously.
Dude, why are you doing that?
You know that it's not safe, but they're gonna call the cops.
Dude, it's
So here's where I want to show you. Here's your diesel. So somebody said it might be diesel. I don't think it's diesel.
not that serious. This is a little bit extreme
seriously, if somebody throws a lit match in here, it's gonna blow.
You don't mind? Just leave me alone, all right?
This guy's just leave me alone. And I kind of agree with the guy. I mean, he's not endangering. I mean, can you make a point to get government involved that this guy is a danger to the public? You could probably make that argument. Okay, if you want to call the cops on this, that's fine. Call the cops, let them decide to come or not come, whatever. That makes you feel good. To go up and approach some dude who's doing something crazy is not very fucking smart.
Oh, he's going. He's going.
Wait,
No shit? You mean he doesn't live there? You mean he's not pitching a tent there? He's actually going to leave? Holy shit, this guy's pretty smart. Now I know how he got that smart girlfriend.
He's just gonna drive off. Look at his
Oh my
buzzer.
God!
Oh my god.
What is he doing? Dude,
We have to follow him.
dude.
He's got pretty good weight. Look at his shocks. I mean, he's got some pretty good weight back there. What an idiot. I'm not sure which one's the bigger idiot, the one's filming or him. So a few minutes ago, remember, they said we should just leave because it's dangerous. It went from we should leave to she needs to tell the owner to she called the cops to we need to confront him, and now we're going to follow him. So all that came after we should just leave.
We're following. We have to. Look at that. Are you serious?
Unbelievable. I mean,
Where does he think he's going?
I have no idea.
How is he going to put that into his... No, he didn't!
Oh my God. What a freaking idiot. All right, let me go to the comments on this shit. See if I'm there. There's going to be somebody in the comments. Rick, why? She was just trying to help. And why are you always picking on her? And all right, let's see how I got this wrong. How many people I got here that want to blame me for this video? Dipshit. Wait, when he takes a turn. Mind your own business, call the cops, don't confront the asshole. He watched one too many of Doomsday Preppers. The mask won't save her from the fireball explosion. Where's the cops? Where do you think they are? Hey man, here's you want to know what I would do as a cop? Here's what's happening. I'm sitting around in the freaking station eating my donut with the rest of my guys talking about the last stupid call we went on dealing with stupid pesky citizens, and this call comes in and goes, who wants to go to the freaking dumbass with the gas tank? Man, I don't want to go to that shit. If we give him enough time, he'll either crash or get home, and then we can just clear it when he's gone when we get there. Fuck that. I'm not going to go deal with some dumbass putting gas in his bed. That's what the cops did. Rick, but you're getting paid and you're public service and you took an oath. Shut up, you freaking dummies. You believe all that bullshit. The slightest static electroshock set it off. I would have freaking laughed my ass off. Some dude flew by with a cigarette and went out the fucking window. That would have been a good video. Rick, that's dangerous. You should. All the mandated EVAP systems installed in car. This guy single-handedly undid 1,000. Oh shit! Fire Marshal Bill, he would have went over there. You know what would happen? You know what would happen if somebody lit a cigarette? Let me show you something. Oh shit! My dad's act has 666 in it. What? Truck would be M2 in 2 minutes. It's not serious. Why are they mad? They must be from California. I know, you know, I mean, Californians love, the Californians like to get in a fast lane and go the speed limit. And then when you pass them, they look at you like they're enforcing the government rule that we should all go the same speed limit. And they look at you like an idiot when you're going, get the fuck out of the fast lane, you dumbass. And they look at me like I'm the idiot. Fucking I hate people in the fast lane, people. Drives me freaking nuts. Oklahoma's horrible about that. They come across the Oklahoma border and they come to Texas and they drive. Evidently, Oklahoma has zero tolerance. So if you're going 1 mile over the speed limit, Oklahoma Highway Patrol will stop and give you a ticket. So when they come to Texas, where we have like 10, 12, 15 mile, you know, variance, not a big deal, They freaking want to go exact the speed limit, and they get in the fast lane and go the exact speed limit. Just they back up traffic for miles. All right. Fashion Rick, Captain Sabo. I want to start a campfire with gas. I know for a fact it's not. Yeah, everybody has done that once or twice. Wanted to get the Coles gun real quick or some shit. Throw a little gas on it. Roll Charlie around. He'd be all right. Now that's a fire. That's a fire. Let's see. The sad part about this plan and worked taping. I know he did. This was a plan. See, those people without a plan is a plan to fail. This guy had a plan. It was a suck-ass plan. It was a dumbass plan. And just because you make a plan, don't mean that you're smart, okay? Because there's bad plans out there. Ask Mr. Biden about his withdrawal plan and all the planning that went into that. Ask him what he thinks about his plan. The gas will melt the tarp. I see. This guy nuts. See something, say something. Oh my God. The guy's held nice moose knuckle. Oh, I didn't even see that. Did she have a moose knuckle? I didn't see it. I didn't see Camel Toe Harris in this video. Shit. Talking about Biden and Camel Toe made an appearance in the video. Less than 1 gallon hitting the road with degree drive. What? That was more than 1 gallon. I'm sorry. Saddest part is a guy will never know he was on good. Maybe somebody will recognize this guy. I thought gas has a yellow tint. Sometimes it does, depending on the chemicals or what additives or what. In California, each county sets their own standard. So if I bought gas in this county, it may be different than the gas I bought in the next county. And which county you lived in, you pay higher taxes. If your county had more vehicles, you had to pay higher taxes because you were contributing more. You lived in a county that contributed more to the freaking footprint, whatever. So if I lived in a county with less people, I didn't pay as much taxes because we weren't polluting as much as the county with a lot of people. California's got rules for freaking everything, and it's never enough. Believe me, they want more. Yeah, what's he going to do when he get home? I think he's just going to park it in the sun and then plan to use it within the next week. And then he'll go out there in a week and go, what happened to my gas? I think somebody stole it. And then he'll call a cop and want to report somebody stole his gas out of his truck that was parked for a week in a freaking open bed. That's what some cop will have to go there and take. You guys would be like, you cops don't do any. Why do you treat people bad? Because we deal with fucking idiots. Damn it. No notification about Rick in Greenville, Texas. Greenville. I wouldn't go within 100 yards of that moron. Not only would I not go by him, I wouldn't want to go talk to him. I mean, I don't like dealing with stupid. You can't have a reasonable conversation with unreasonable people. You already know this guy's a freaking idiot, and you go over and want to have a rational conversation and you think, because you're an idiot, that you're going to get somewhere and somehow you're going to help. I mean, when two idiots met was right there in that video. Brown socks. I don't think I own a pair of brown socks. Oh, let's see. Oh, you know what? I think I do have some brown socks. I got some tan pants that I wear with brown socks. Two things are infinite. Universe, human stupidity. Not a diesel pump. Yeah, that's what I was kind of saying too. Hot tailpipe, he's done. I don't know if a hot tailpipe would start a fire. I mean, when I fill up my motorcycle with gas, sometimes it freaking leaks out, goes over the tank, and goes straight across my fins on my engine. And it sizzles and bubbles up. And it's never caught fire. So I don't think a hot tailpipe would start a fire. But I could be wrong. Stupid humans. Rick, there's some guys shouldn't be the police. It shows that most of the cops believe their lives. They can't find it. That shit was run out the back on the sides. I wanted him to stop quick. You know what I would have done if I wanted to be a real fucking piece of shit? I would have just said, watch this, gun people. I'm going to pull in front of him, hit the brakes, and watch that shit go all over the hood of his car. That would have been funny, except I couldn't have videotaped it because I'd have been in front of him. All right. Let's see here. How much money do you think that cost? Who freaking knows? That was a lot of gas. I mean, his tailgate was sunk, so he had a pretty good bit of weight in there. Now, see, we don't have 25 gallons limit in Montana. I'm surprised Montana has a limit. We have a $1 limit here in Texas. So when I hit $75, and I think it's for the credit card, it stops. So when gas goes up, when it took me more than $75 to fill up my truck, because I got a 35-gallon tank. So if it's really empty, 35 gallons, $3 a gallon, I get up to 95 bucks or whatever. So if I went over $75, it shuts off. And I have to put the pump away. I have to rerun my card like I'm a new person and then finish filling it up. And I had to do that 2 or 3 times when prices were high. Yeah, it's called a surge. I thought tanker trucks had kind of like baffles. So you wouldn't get the full wave. You would get 3 baffles, and each wave would have their own baffle, so it wouldn't throw the tank over. Kind of like when you put water in the bottom of a boat. What do they call that? Don't the big boats put water? I got some Navy dude here. Don't they have things to baffles and ships that you fill up and you let go, or heavy seas or something? I'm not a boat specialist. Pat would probably know. He's kind of into boats. Starting and stopping, splish, splash, I'm taking a bath. How would they have liked it? Thinking of splish, splash, I'm taking a bath. What would they have done if that person would have walked? Because if you walk into me like this might be something I would do. If let's say I'm having a bad day and I'm just filling up my tailgate with gas, and some dumbass walks up to me and says, "Yo, dude, you need to stop." I said, "Dude, you gotta get out of my face. Dude, you need to stop." I might grab this dude by the neck or grab his shirt and throw his ass in the bed of the gas and go, "You got anything else to say?" So, I mean, what would they have done if that would have happened? If this guy would have just went, "You know what? What would you look like soaked in gas? I want to see. Come here. Come here. No, come here, Miss Save the World woman. You too, Captain Save Ho. Come here. And we'll throw both your asses in my tailgate and see how you like it. See if maybe we'll call that a clue that you shouldn't go up to crazy people and start giving them advice." All right. Oh, wait a minute. That kind of makes a good point. Dragsters do burnouts and their tires catch on fire. If you burn out enough to get flame, but I don't think either slamming on the brakes or taking off spinning. I don't remember if I told you this. We used to, new guys after a pursuit, we'd always tell the new guys to go check our tires because they didn't know how fucking hot a tire gets. And so they'd go over and put their hand on the fucking tire and it would melt and burn the fuck out of their hand, and everybody would laugh because they were stupid enough to do it. And I did it. Somebody goes, "Dude, man, you got to check a tire." Why am I checking? Anytime I pursuit, we always check tires. Just make sure they're fully inflated and everything. Okay. Ow, fuck, that motherfucking tire's hot. Okay, so that we call that a clue. If you're ever racing around or driving really fast or on a track or something, you do not want to touch a freaking hot tire because it will burn the shit out of you. And I can tell you that because I'm a smart mofo. All right. Imagine gas spills on a person walking down suddenly. No shit. How long gas boy was in Afghanistan? He'd be making a freaking roadside bomb in Afghanistan. That's a new roadside bomb technique. Fill up your car with gas and blow it up when they crash. Some tanks have baffles, some don't. It depends on what they're carrying. Okay. Should have asked him for a light. That would have been funny. Walk over, dude, filling. "Hey, dude, you got to have a cigarette hanging in your mouth. Hey, dude, you got a light? I left my lighter home." He'd look at you like, "Are you a fucking idiot?" "No, you're a fucking idiot for putting gas in your trunk. That's why I walked over with a cigarette and asked you for a fucking light." That would have been funny. Come on, people. Dragsters use water. So he lived, I don't know, down to steel belts. Oh. So this comment, I figured it out. See, this is a short comment. How many of you guys figured out, know what he's saying? Raise your hand if you know what he's talking about. So if you run your tire enough where it's rubber and you get down to where the steel, you ever touch a tire that's really worn out and it actually will poke your hand? It's got little steel pieces sticking through. So if you burn your tire down, I don't even know if they still use steel belts. I don't know if that's an old thing or if they changed technology. But if steel gets on the ground, that may create spark and electricity and throw heated sparks of metal from the steel belts. That may light it. That's a good point. You guys are thinking. I like that. Ballast tanks. Is that what it's called when you fill up ships with water? Criminal use a technique, still gas, and a build and storage and a truck bed using stolen. Well, yeah, but they probably have a container. They don't just put it in there freaking flowing around. Guns. Oh, yeah, I got to do my guns. I'll get to it. let me pull up the picture so I know that I wanted to get rid of 4 million. I already covered that. This was a pretty good cartoon, I thought. Help wanted, now hiring, business stalled. Meanwhile, freaking politicians are stealing money, and now they're giving it to everyone else free. Mill, let's go help. Let's get free. Let's print another trillion. COVID relief. Let's help this. Let's suspend rent. This was a good cartoon. Taliban, is that you? Afghan translator. Nope. Foreign domestic catastrophe. Trump policies. He's going to pull the pin. Oh, so it's Trump's fault. Shh. General Measley sleeping. They gave him some suspicion. What was the first ones? Obama would have never said nothing this stupid. Look at Obama holding the freaking purse strings on freaking Biden. Clean up on aisle 46. White House press corps trying to Afghanistan pull out. Trump. How high? Oh, jump, not Trump. Jump. Blood. Okay, so I wanted to talk about the soldiers that died too. There were 13 servicemen that died, and 18 were wounded from one suicide bomb. Who thinks suicide bombs don't work and it's archaic technology and it's not a good technique to create fear in your enemy and to win the war? Who thinks? See, this is what guerrilla warfare or where you use techniques that are not traditionally used, but you beat larger and stronger enemies with less technology and less things. Things like this is what you do, burning tires in the streets to create black smoke so the helicopters and drones can't see. You use things that aren't traditionally used to defeat a stronger, superior enemy that relies on technology and their superior whatever it is. So, it's just, look, 18 months, nobody's died. Biden comes in with a plan to withdraw and make a deal with the Taliban, and now we have 13 killed in one day and 18 seriously injured, which that 13 will probably go up. Some of those 18 will probably die. And that's not counting the women and children that died. From one guy with one bomb. At first they said there was 2 bombs and 2 bombers. It came out there's only one guy. One guy and one bomb kicked some freaking ass. Why? Because when an enemy is willing to die, that is a formidable enemy. That is very hard for anybody to fight against. Most people don't want to die and aren't willing to give their lives, which is why we lost our country, because we don't have enough people willing to give up just freedom and a little bit of security, or we just don't want to go back to hard times. It's going to be too tough. So we allow our government to be out of control and freaking screw over the whole country. All right. So I covered that. What else did I want to cover? Oh, I wanted to block this dude live. Where is this dude? Hang on a second. So I was going to block this guy. What was his name? Shit. I can't. Let me try to filter it for responses that I responded to. Because I think I responded. I'm going to block your ass live. Where's it at? Rick's dog maybe never. Oh, here it is right here. Here's a comment. So this kid's getting blocked live. Rick, that's not fair. You should. Well, tough shit. So hit this guy's comment. Yeah, this guy is full of shit. So I'm in here talking about marijuana disqualifying. I'm also talking about in Texas, if you show your driver's license, your CDL, you do not have to go through a background check. And I think other states are like that. If you have a concealed permit because you went through a federal background check, you submit fingerprints, I can go buy guns and they don't have to do a background check. Well, this smart, brilliant, wonderful dude comes here and says, this guy's full of shit. He's retired late. He doesn't even have a class 3 license. He doesn't even have a class late, doesn't know legal state, blah, 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 blah. Then he makes another comment. Also, I don't live in Texas. Okay. So right away, you already admit you're a dumbass. You don't know Texas law. But I'm calling BS on showing a CCW, that's concealed carry weapon, CCW or CHL, concealed license carry, whatever. They call it different names. He's talking about concealed permit and not having to fill out a 4473. That sounds very wrong. I have actually replica permits of actual ATF, blah, blah, blah. A state issue permit doesn't cut it. Okay, so not only did he not listen, I never said you didn't have to fill out a 4473. I said they don't have to do a background. If you go buy a gun, you fill out a 4473, and then they have to call in and check to make sure you're not on a wanted list or whatever and get approval before you can get the gun. Everybody fills out a 4473 if you're buying from a federal firearms licensor. You do not fill out a 4473 if you're buying a personal deal. So this idiot's going to come here and tell me, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a car cop. I'm a dumbass. So I replied, I will block you live. So I'm going to like my own comment. And now I'm going to block this dumbass live. See you later, Mr. CWD243. You are now blocked. I went to his channel just to see what kind of idiot this was, and I want to see what kind of videos is this dude. This guy's calling me an idiot, doesn't live in Texas, quoting what I said wrong, and still doesn't know the fucking law. He's going to come here and tell me I'm an idiot, and I go to how many videos he got posted. Oh, shocking. This channel has no videos. Wow. So I'm going to go to block, and he should already be blocked. See, unblock user. I ain't unblocking his ass. I blocked his ass on live. How about that, Mr. CWD243, you fucking pussy? Now, okay, so I wanted to get that out of the way. Oh, this is another video I want to show, but I got to do the guns first because I keep putting off the guns. So let's do the guns, people. I'm going over. I cleaned my guns the other day. I didn't want to talk about 1911's good, bad, indifference, etc. Okay, so this is, and I was cleaning my guns out, so I said, you know what, let me take a picture of some of my 1911s and maybe explain some of it. So this is a Colt Combat Commander. I don't know if you guys can read that on here. Can you read that? It says Combat Commander. Read the serial number. So this got some old little Colt grips. I forgot what I paid for this. I got it. This is your pretty, what I call basic stripped down 1911. It's got a solid trigger. It's got a very small little grip safety. I forgot what they call that. I'm not up on my 1911 term. This trigger has been updated because it has a hole in it. Anytime you have a hole or you have holes in things, you're removing weight. So this trigger is an enhanced trigger. It's not like the regular. I think I have one with just a regular trigger. So this is just a Colt Combat Commander. It's not great. I forgot where I might have got it. I don't know. I bought it at some pawn shop or bought it off some guy, maybe 400. I can't remember what I paid for it. So this is a Colt Combat Commander, but it is a stainless steel model. And I've polished the barrel. I put a full-length guide rod into it so you can tell the guide rod's sticking out. It doesn't have the regular recessed. It's got the upgraded grips right here. These are hexagon instead of the flat. You know, instead of a flat head, these give a little bit better grip and they go in better. So those are usually upgraded. They're stainless steel. Sometimes they're blue. You can tell this has a, is it dovetail? Shit, I can't think of what the tail is. Somebody probably put it in the comments on what it is. All these are 45s, by the way. Beaver tail safety, grip safety, whatever. That's that piece. Some of them have this wider. Wider is better. That's an upgrade. It doesn't dig into the palm of your hand when you shoot because it's wider. So those are considered updates. Beaver, yeah. Liking your own comment. I liked it on live to show that this guy was an idiot. Come on, people. I put Renaissance. When I took them out and cleaned them, this is all I put Renaissance wax on them. And I haven't cleaned them in a while, and none of them had any rust. Normally, if I put my guns away for 6 months, when I rub a clean rag on it, if they're blued, I get a little tint from rust. Because I put Renaissance wax on them last time, I haven't touched them since I did the Renaissance video, which I'm assuming is at least 6 months. I didn't get any rust stuff on it when I rubbed them. So anyway, let's get back to these. So this has, you notice, a hollowed out trigger. Anytime you get a hollowed out trigger, you're removing weight. It makes it lighter. You get ridges up here. The old standard thing is just like a little nub, and I'll show you that in a minute. So that would be when you're looking at 1911s. This has regular fixed old sights. You can have adjustable sights, would be an upgrade. This has a chrome barrel instead of a blue barrel. That may be an upgrade. This is regular chrome that I've just polished with some flits. made it a little more blingy. It's got the Colt grips. And let's see, I think that's about it for this one. This might look like a plastic insert. Some of these are metal and steel. They weighs a lot of weight. They make some plastic ones that are much lighter, and you can reduce the weight on 19. This is a heavy gun. This is stainless steel. This is a heavy gun. This is, what is this? This is a Gold Cup trophy model. I got this at a pawn store. I remember when I bought it, it had rust on it. And it was just a little surface rust. And I was like, shit, I can clean that up. This is a pretty nice gun. And I can't remember what I paid for it. But it's a Colt. It's blued. I got rid of the surface rust. You can't even tell where the surface rust was. I think it was kind of like along here, maybe a little bit. Maybe there was some on where the fingers grabbed this. This has holes in the trigger, which means it's lighter. This is upgrade. It's not a standard trigger. I'm sure it's got a match barrel in it. I'm not sure. It's got the hollowed out trigger. Again, removing weight, got ridges. It's got the bigger, what was that thing we talked about? Is it dovetail? Beaver tail. Beaver tail on the back. It's wide, and it's probably grooved to make it lighter. It's got the regular flathead screws, so I didn't upgrade to the hexagon. But again, that's one of the Colts. This is a Colt government model, which I should have wiped down. I had my gloves on with all my stuff, so when I was putting this, I didn't wipe it down. So you can actually see a little bit where I didn't smooth this out and wipe it with a rag before I took the picture. But this is not oil, because I left my gloves on that I was using to clean these guns, and I was putting a Renaissance wax on. So what I probably did is this is probably more Renaissance wax that I didn't wipe off yet. So this is a government model. It has fixed or adjustable sights. So when you that's an upgrade. Anytime you're looking at a gun, if you see that, it has the regular trigger, standard. It's an upgrade because it's not blued, so it might be lighter. It might be not metal, so I might have removed weight. I don't remember. I didn't do all these changes. The only changes I did on this gun is I got these grips. One guy was selling these grips at a gun show, and I said, man, those are cool Texas grips. So I got it. He was a cop too, by the way, so he gave me the cop discount, and he was selling them. He has some guy goes to Mexico and buys them, whatever. They're pretty heavy duty. They make the gun heavy, but they look pretty cool. And you can engrave like your name, your department. You can put a Texas star in it. You can do your own personal engraving. That's how these grapes. I think I bought two sets. I might have one other gun. I don't know if I took a picture of it. So again, what we're looking for, we've got serrated edges to pull back the gun. Some guns will have serrated edges on the front, so you can do a press check. This has what's called the standard beaver tail. See that little nub there? That's what most of them look like. This happens to be either stainless or it could be a lightweight. I'm not sure. But that digs into your hand. It's not wide like the other ones. The trigger has a little hole in it. So it has, and I was going to show these live, but YouTube won't let me show them live. That's why I ended up taking a picture. I would have done this live and you could ask questions and we could have went through it. But I had to ask, YouTube has a shit fit if you put a gun live because some freaking fancy Frady Fairy in the fucking YouTube rainbow room has a shit fit if you show a gun. Let's see. This is a Dan Wesson Specialist. It has a little dent there that I didn't even notice till I took this picture. This gun's brand new. I've never even fired it. I liked it. I like Dan Wesson. It's all stainless. It's got a match barrel. Feels great. It's got the extended ambidextrous safety on both sides. It's got the hollowed out trigger. It's got the beaver tail on the back. It's got serrations on the front and rear. These grips are a little aggressive. Is this a Dan Wesson? I'm pretty sure it's a Dan Wesson. Yeah, it's Dan Wesson. And it comes with a rail. I didn't have any 45s with a rail. This one, it came out. Dan Wessons are all what I call Series 70s. They don't have that internal safety bullshit. So that's why I like Dan Wessons, not to mention they make really great guns. And I've got a couple of them, so we'll see a couple more. This is the other side of the Specialist. The grips, like I said, the grips are a little aggressive to me. They're kind of rough. Some people like aggressive grips. I don't. I'm not shooting in the mud and muddy hands all the time, but some people like the aggressive. So this is a Dan Wesson Specialist. Never shot it. You know what? Maybe I did shoot. I can't remember. I mean, I got so many 1911s. I can't remember if I shot it. I know it's in the box in its protective case, just like I got it. So if I did shoot it, I shot it and cleaned it, and it's been in the safe for I don't know how long, years. This is a Dan Wesson I think it's called a B-Bob. It's got a match trigger. It's smaller. It's got this broken corner. Anytime you have the corner down here taken away, some people call it a V-Bob or a bobtail. There's different names. But when you take away this sharp angle, it makes it easier to conceal. So if you have it on your hip and you've got it in there, it doesn't protrude as much. If it had a corner, that usually sticks out of your shirt really bad, and it makes it easy to tell. Bobtail makes it a little bit more concealable to have this rounded edge here. Really nice gun, stainless steel, pretty heavy, wide beaver tail, hollowed out trigger. Really nice gun. I think this is a Dan Wesson also. It is a Dan. Oh, this is a Dan Wesson Warrior. And again, I think they stopped making all their new guns have that safety shit in it. And there's only a few. Is this a Kimber? Yeah, this is a Kimber. Did I say Dan Wesson? This is a Kimber Warrior. Kimber only has a few guns that doesn't have that internal safety bullshit. And this was one of the ones they made without it. So it's got the extended ambidextrous safety. It's a really nice gun. I forgot I found these pearl grips somewhere. Really nice grips. I thought it looked good on this gun. Some people may say it looks like shit, but whatever. It's a really pretty gun. It's got the little because it's a Warrior, this little loop here. Most of your combat guns have this to clip onto your lanyard. You can tie a rope, a piece of paracord, whatever. This is in a combat situation. When you're running around, you don't lose your gun. So if it's attached, you're running around, your gun comes out of the holster, you're not going to lose it. You're going to drag it with you. You won't lose it. So that's what the lanyard loop is for. I don't know what the technical name is. This has got the hexagon upgraded screw grips. I don't know if it came that way or if I added it. It's got the hollowed out trigger. Again, you're losing weight when you hollow that out. Some people just think it looks cool. This gun actually is by Kimber, has a really nice finish. I like Dan Wesson's finish, but this finish is almost like my Dan Wesson's. Very, very nice, good finish on this gun. I don't know if they still make the Warrior. I've had this many years. I don't know. This is just a Glock 21, my standard. This is my go-to. This isn't a safe coin. This is what I carry. This is usually in one of my holsters. All my Glocks, I have 4 Glock 21s, 1 small, 3 full size. One's in the car, one's in my duty rig holster, and one's in another quick holster rig that I can just strap on. This is my go-to gun. Pretty much standard. I don't think I've done anything except made the sights. These are the upgraded sights that collect light from the top, very bright sights, and I've added the gun. Other than that, I haven't done anything to this Glock. I actually have polished the internal triggers, and I do that. So these are a couple cute my little sister Kimbers. I love these little guns. These were the older Kimbers. I'm not a big Kimber fan because I think Kimber has gone to shit, kind of like Colt and a lot of the other ones. They build their name up to think they're good. Kimbers used to be made by, they were more of like a custom gun. They were a production model, but they did more custom things to them to make them a little nicer. Well, now they've gone to cheap shit, and I'm not a fan of Kimbers now. But the Kimbers I have are nice freaking Kimbers, but they're older. So this is still out of Yonkers, New York. Again, it's got the upgraded this. It's got the expanded den. They have the fancy instead of the ridges. It's got, I think that's called fish scale maybe ratings on the side there. They may call this a fish scale. It still gives you grip, but it's not the regular stripes and striations. It's got the hollowed out trigger. I'm sure it has a beaver tail. It does. I don't have it in this one. It's got the beaver tail. These two guns are the same. So I had one and I really liked it. And I ran across one at a gun show years ago, and it was the black one instead of the red one. It had black grips instead of this grips. And I like this gun so much. I go, dude, man, that's a good deal. And I think I usually don't buy a gun unless I get a good deal. So I got it as the sister. So these two are the exact same guns. What are they called? Carry. What is that? Something Carry Pro. Super Carry Pro. So if you see a Super Carry Pro, see how you got a little scraping here? This is a little flaw. You won't see that on a Dan Wesson. This is where it wasn't done correctly and they didn't test it. So when you fire the gun, it's scraping on the frame here. Now I could probably go in and file down the inside of this frame a little bit that's scraping right here and just file it back on the inside, and that would take that away and then get it refixed. But again, these are both used guns, and I just really like them, and I thought I got a good deal on them. One of these guns, I don't know if this is a crime. Should I admit this? What's the statute of limitations on a crime? Well, I didn't commit the crime. The guy that sent it to me committed a crime. So I bought this from an FFL, and he goes, "Oh, I can send a gun to your house." I go, "Really? I didn't think you could do that." He goes, "Oh, no, I can send it to your house." So I bought this online, gave him the money, and he sent it to my house as a private sale. And he said it was FFL and it was legal. And I was like, I didn't think you could send guns, but whatever. And the gun came to my house. And I don't think he put firearm on it or any of that shit. It just, matter of fact, I think they left it at my freaking gate. There wasn't even a signature required, or there was a signature, and I said, leave it at the gate. But, and I can't remember which gun, or this was years ago. Hopefully statute of limitation over. I don't remember the guy's name. Somebody's going to write this to the ATF. Man, you need to investigate this guy. Look, I bought this a long time ago. I don't know where it's at. I don't remember who I got it from. ATF, whatever. So anyway, those two very nice Kimbers. You notice they're both kind of that V-bob, better for concealment, but they just feel really good in the hand. I really like this fish scale on the front here and on the back, and they even have a ridge across the top. You can't really see it in the picture, I don't think, but I think across the top there's a little fish scale also. Let's see. What is this? So this is an earlier Kimber. This thing was a piece of shit. If you saw this gun when I bought this, I want to say it was like 300 or 330 bucks, maybe 400. I can't remember. But it was so worn and trashed. It was blued. I mean, it just looked like shit. The only thing that looked halfway decent is the grips were even worn and worn out. I redid the grips with some water locks, and I polished them up. I changed the grips. I had this part painted black. I forgot what it was originally. I had all the little parts done black Cerakote, and I had the done in this gold Cerakote. And man, this is like one of my favorite guns. I really like this gun. It just turned out to be a freaking sweet gun for a cheap price, and I put a little money into it. Like I said, small parts, I had them Cerakote black, and the frame that I had them do this Cerakote, this gold. I think it's some burnt bronze or some shit. But I love this gun, man, and it looked, I wish I had a picture of what it looked like when I bought it, because it was a piece of shit. Again, older Kimber, no internal bullshit safety. What's the model on this? Tactical Pro 2. If you find one of those, it's not going to have that internal bullshit. Let's see. That's a Les Bear. A buddy of mine wanted to get rid of his. He gave me a pretty good deal on it. I didn't really want it. Les Bear is a really high end. I think it's rough. This is really aggressive. The grips are aggressive. This checkering is really aggressive. Look, Les Bear is supposed to be like one of the top made guns. It's tight. It's very tight. If it was a woman, it'd be really nice, but I don't like my guns that tight. And it's just really, really tight. So, now Les Bear, I think, is one of those companies that unless you put 500 or 5,000 rounds, they won't fix it. They said it takes at least 5,000 rounds for a gun to break into itself and to file off all the roughness 5,000 times. This gun is super tight, and I just don't like it. It's just too tight for me. I know most guys ain't never said that, but I'm telling you, I think this gun's a little too tight. But it's a Les Bear, and it's worth money. I mean, I don't know what I can get for it. I don't even know what if somebody knows what brand this is, if they're a Les Bear fan, I have no clue what brand or how old it is or whatever. This is a Remington R1. This had rust on it too. I got a pretty good deal on this. Your Remington Enhanced, when it says Enhanced, I'm not a big fan of Remington because it has that internal safety shit. So I didn't want to buy it. But this gun was so smooth. When I worked the action, I was like, damn, this is really smooth. And I got it at some gun show. I can't remember what I paid. I really liked the gun. I wish it wasn't the old 80s with the internal safety bullshit. The gun is freaking super nice. So if you get a chance to get a Remington Enhanced, I would say it's a nice gun. I've had many Remington 1911s. Don't like them, not impressed. But they're enhanced. They put it through some special, and they usually cost a lot more because they round the edges, they smooth the rails, they put a lot of extra effort into making this gun smooth. And I'm telling you, this gun's like glass. Matter of fact, if I open this dictionary, you would see it. But I'm not going to open it because YouTube will have a freaking fit. So anyway, nice gun. I don't like Remington because it's a Series 80. But if you can get a good deal on a Remington enhanced, it's a pretty nice gun. And I don't keep that in a safe. I keep it out here. This is kind of like more, I would call this one of my throwdown 1911s. Not worth that much, but it's pretty nice. So if it got stolen or something, I'm not going to cry over it. I wiped down my AK, this little AK Mini. I love that little gun. I can carry it in a backpack. It fits right in a backpack. I mean, imagine a small backpack. You got that kind of firepower. Freaking nice. I love this gun. This is made in Romania. Of course, when I got it, the stock was pretty shitty. I sanded it down, put a little stain on it. Maybe I put a clear coat. I can't remember what I did a video on when I fixed up some of my stocks. And put the Hogue grip. I definitely like my Hogue grips on my, I think that's Hogue. Is that Hogue? What does that say? H-O-A-U-G. Yeah, it's Hogue. So the Hogue is rubber, and it really takes some of the percussion out of it. If you get an AK, it comes with that hard plastic little handle, and it can kind of hurt if you're firing a lot of rounds in it. It'll make your palm sore. This Hogue grips, man, gives you a good grip. It's rubber, takes out a lot of the percussion, and you can shoot forever with it. Really like that gun. All right, who knows if this gun's on safe or fire? Anybody know? Any of my gun people ought to know this. If you don't know this, you're in big trouble. All right, I should have probably went to the comments. Let me go to the comments to see if there's any questions that I'm missing. Love the G40. G40. I don't know what the G40 is. Do I have a G4? One of the Bear looks almost exactly like a Dan Wesson. I think the Dan Wesson looks better, has a better finish than the Bear. Another video you showed one that you inherited from your dad. I don't think I inherited a 1911 from my dad. What did I inherit from my dad? I think it was one of my shotguns or my rifles. I don't think I got, the only pistol I got from my dad, I think, was a Jennings. I think my sister has that. Now that's nice, Rick. I don't know which one you're talking about. I need a micro Draco. Yeah, that's what the AK is called. Mini or micro Draco. I love that gun. And at night, the flash, dude, if I shoot you and I don't hit you, I'm lighting you on fire. The flame ball that comes out of the front of that barrel is badass. And it's freaking loud. So you ain't going to be sneaky when that thing opens up. But when that thing opens up, it's a shit your pants moments if you're on the receiving end. Because that shit is loud, big flash, and if bullet hits you, it's going to freaking hurt. Anyone looking for 19 ATI, Rock Island, both well made? I had a Rock Island. I have a couple. I don't know where they're at. I didn't pull them out. I have two Rock Islands, and they're very nice guns. I think I have one or two ATIs also. And my other 1911 video, I probably showed them. I just didn't pull those out and clean them. I don't know where I thought I pulled out 870. I have an 870. Gold Cup 38 Super Auto. All mine are 48.5. Every gun I have is a 45 auto. I do have a Wilson Combat. I didn't pull it out. Damn, I forgot to pull out my Wilson. I do have a Wilson Combat. It's stainless. I showed it in my other video. Remington stuff is going to be worth keeping just for historical. Really? Why? Is Remington out of business? 870. I'll give you 500 for the Les Bear. Yeah, like hell you will. If somebody offered me $2,000 for the Les Bear, I'd probably take it. Yeah, I think I would take it. If somebody wants that Les Bear for $2,000, I'll take it. Remember, when you get a gun from me, you're going to pay maybe more than you get a new one. But that gun has had some serious TLC, tuning, cleaning, and care. And it hasn't been rode hard and put away wet. It hasn't had a lot of rounds to it. So you're getting a gun that's kind of been put through a few tests that you know works and has been fine-tuned. So, you know, somebody may go, man, you want more for real. I don't know what Les Bears are going for now. I think that gun When I bought it, knew it was going for either 17 or 18. I want to say I paid $1,000 for it, maybe 900. So I would take probably $2,000 for it. Let's see. Free Spirit, welcome. Rick, where do you live? Asking for a friend in jail. I ain't that hard to find. But you know what? I always say, if you can get it, you can have it. Knock yourself out. Let's go. Les Spirit gets spendy. I hate Remington anything. Really? I'm telling you, that Remington Enhanced. I'm not a big Remington fan, but that Remington Enhanced is a smooth, freaking nice gun. Trigicon night sights. Alpha, thank you for clarifying. I don't know what he clarified. Rick, you have a nice collection. I do have a nice collection of 1911. I love my 1911s. I think they work hard because they know it was beat up dirtier than any gun I ever saw. Nice. That's true. These are private conversations. 90 miles. 350 for a Kimber. Yeah. Dude, that gun was so trashed. I mean, when I bought it, I was helping my buddy who owned a gun shop, and he had a table, and I was just there, and a guy came by and wanted him to buy it. And he's like, and I'll give you $200 for it. And he goes, I'm buying it to make a profit. He goes, the most I can give you is $200. And I think I said, dude, I'll give you like $350 for it. And the guy's like, okay. And so I bought that gun. Was trashed. I'm telling you, I wish I had a gun. It is amazing what you can do with an old gun if you put in a little bit of money into it. I mean, that's why I just love finding old treasures that I can fix up, because that gun is smooth, shoots like a champ, great gun, looks badass. I love that Kimber. If we're talking the same one where I had the piece of shit. On the average of 40 is a bit flatter. Kimber, is Kimber leaving? That's another reason I don't like Kimber. I hate freaking gun companies that go to these liberal ass states and build guns. You can't even sell your own gun in your own state, and you give them business, taxes, revenue, you hire employees, you pump money into their fucking economy, and you're supposed to be gun pro, and you pick some liberal California, New York place to build your gun. I don't like that shit. That's another reason I don't like Kimber. Thanks for reminding me of that. Let's see. Florida's racetrack. No. Street slang for a 40 Glock. I don't know what street slang is. I just bought Smith & Wesson Shield 9 performance in a small, but holds 13-1. I heard once you put a gun through the performance center, Smith & Wesson does a nice job on it. Let's see. Does a 45 shoot flatter than a 40? Yeah, it depends on distance. I mean, a 40 is higher velocity. It's smaller. It's less weight. Does it shoot flatter? I mean, what are you talking about flat? Are you talking about drop? Obviously, a heavier bullet, a flat nose bullet, is going to drop quicker than a lighter bullet or a pointed bullet. Rifles have more distance because their bullets are pointed. Revolvers have rounded or flat bullets, so their distance is not great. So when you shoot those guns, are you talking about flatter over distance, or are you talking about flatter or short? Because I think all guns shoot pretty much flat at 25 yards, maybe 30 yards. I don't think there's any, you ain't going to find a difference in the flat shooting. In my opinion, I could be wrong. I see a Combat Commander. I think I have two. Didn't I have a blue and a stainless? He doesn't know how many. I don't know how many guns I have. Got for $350 at pawn shack. Took me weeks to get it completely clean. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I find gold at pawn shops when it looks bad, I don't even let them know. I'm like, man, that gun looks like shit. Let me see. Holy shit, look at that. And I point out shit, and I make it seem like, that they're going to be like, fuck, we're never going to sell this motherfucker. This guy just pointed out all this shit. Anybody else that knows this shit will never sell it. And then I'll make them a low ball, and they'll add a little bit. And if we're close, I'll be like, all right, I'll take it. And then I'm like, I get in the car and I'm like, score! I'm going to clean this baby up and make it look badass. I just got an AR-50 Beowulf. That thing is a hard hit. Yeah, those are hard hitters. Jericho own Kimber? I don't know. Does Jericho own Kimber? I don't know. Question, how many guns do you, don't know. How many rifles? I don't know. Good morning. Got my weapon in hand. Got your weapon or gun in hand? Let's clear that up. Bought one online, picked it up at FedEx. Now look, if you buy a gun online, a manufacturer can send you a new gun, but normally they have to send it to an FFL because they can't verify your license and background. So if they can't verify it, they can't fill out a 4473 because the only person that can fill that out is the FFL who's verifying your driver's license, your legal gun owner, calling and background, etc. That's why normally when you buy a gun online, it's sent to an FFL, and then you go pick it up and you pay him a fee for doing that. But I mean, and you can send guns through the mail. I mean, I don't want to go into it, but let's say this. Hypothetically, I've heard people have sent guns through the mail all the time. They don't X-ray them. They don't know. And to be honest, I'm not sure if you're even committing a crime if you take the slide off a gun and you send the slide, because it's not a firearm. Now, the frame is considered a firearm because the serial number, that's a little different. But if you send just a slide, I don't think it's a gun. And I think if you take a firing pin out of a gun, it doesn't fit the definition of a firearm because it doesn't have a firing pin. But because the slide is serial numbered, it would kind of get iffy. Shit, in the 70s, look, when I was in the military, I shit you not. I was in the military flying. I don't remember where I was going to. Haiti, Korea, so I don't remember. I was flying somewhere, and I had a fully auto AR. Well, I think called M16s back then. I had a fully auto M16. That was my gun assigned to me. And my baggage and my duffel bag that I carried over my shoulder through the airport and everything. And all I did is break it down into 2 pieces and shove it in my duffel bag. And I checked the luggage and flew wherever I needed to flew. Commercial airlines. No have to flag it. There's a firearm, no checks, no disclosure, no nothing. I just shoved my military AR in a fucking duffel bag, went to the airport, checked my bag, and flew to where I need to go. So, I mean, people who have been brought up with this TSA world environment and flying and all this, it didn't used to be that way. FN stuff being fucking good. Must be a pleasure to get shot by a super carry pro. What? Who else has their gun in their hand? Yeah, you can hammer that out. Admit nothing, deny. Yep, exactly. I want a Nighthawk. Now, remember, a Nighthawk are people that used to work for, what's that high-end gun? Wilson Combat. So Wilson Combat got into making more pistol parts than they did pistols. So some of the gunsmiths and people that worked at, I'm thinking of all these different names. I keep reading this. They came from Wilson Combat Nighthawk people. So the people that made Nighthawk used to make Wilson Combat. Some people say Nighthawk's better. Some people say Wilson Combat's better. I don't know. I think I paid $3,000 for my Wilson Combat, and I would love to sell it. I think the wait is a year or 2 for a Wilson Combat if you want one. Mine's a custom with a slick slide, all stainless. It's a pretty gun. I'm pretty sure I showed it in my other video. Let's see. Rick's Gun Shop. Pretty sure Colorado. Can anyone confirm? Loose and clacky. Now, see, some people, when he's talking about loose and clacky, some people you say 1911s, if you shake it and hear it, that means it's good. Well, when you shake it and hear it, the combat models were made looser because they were considered, they wouldn't be cleaned as much, and you would be in dirty environments, and you may be in the mud and rain, and they wanted the guns to not have tight fittings. So when you shake it, it would rattle. And people would be like, that's just a regular combat gun. It's good if it rattles. That means there's plenty of room for dirt and shit to get in there and it'll still work. As guns became more customized and clean and safe queens, they got really tight and there is no rattle. Now, a well-made 1911 should have no rattle. If you shake it and rattles and you're wanting $2 or $3 for that gun, people will be like, no, it's got a rattle. I ain't paying that. This gun's supposed to be tight. Everything is supposed to be fitted so tight that accuracy is going to be much better. There's no moving parts, and every time you shoot it, it's a well-oiled machine. What you lose on that is you must keep it oiled, you must keep it clean, and if you ever have taken it in a combat environment or in a situation where you shoot a lot of rounds and you can't clean it, the gun becomes inoperable. So trade-offs when you're picking guns. FN pistol. Yeah, I think the older Kimbers are much. I would never buy new Kimber. I got one of those good guns. Clocks after a house fire. A Glunk. Depends. FBI is a Democrat protection force. It is. The FBI has turned into a liberal left wing, pretty much the CIA for the fucking left. Damn, Rick has a 1911 or two. Yeah, I got I mean, I used to love my 1911s. You got to remember, man, I've been buying these things for freaking almost 40 years. So if you buy one a year, it doesn't take long to have 40. And when I was a cop, if you buy a gun, I had to buy a gun every year for a tax write-off because I could write it off, and I didn't have enough write-offs. So my tax attorney's like, dude, you got to buy a gun every year. So some guns I'd buy 2, sometimes I'd buy 3, and I'd write them all off. As long as I could say I'd use them in the line of duty, which I would carry them off duty, they're used, I could write off the whole bill and not pay taxes. Anytime I can rip the government off some tax, I'm all for it. Let's see. Ruger has a new 10 mil out. All people, dead cord, 2 guns. What? Rick, I think you have an addiction. I did used to have addiction. I'm not so much now. I mean, there's a few that I wouldn't sell, but I would sell. I mean, like I said, I've got some other 1911s that aren't. These are just the ones that I kind of pulled out. Anyway, all right. So this is a Ruger SR. This is a nice gun. If I wanted somebody to tell somebody to get a nice gun, doesn't have that internal safety bullshit. Made pretty well, fairly light, comes with nice grips, comes with the enhanced instead of the flat. It's got the hexagon, comes with a hollowed out trigger. It's got the wide beaver tail. It's got serrations on the back, but not on the front. So you can see the serrations here on the back. If I zoom in, see how that's serrated? So it's got it on the back. On the front, it's smooth. I kind of like that. I like the smooth front. A lot of my guns, you'll notice, have rough on back and front, checkering on front and back. The more time they have to checker, put ridges on the front, the more they have to do that gun machining, the higher the price of the gun. So for the cost, this Ruger, I don't know what they're costing now. I thought they were $700 when I got them. I don't know what they're going for now. But this is a pretty nice, well-built, out-of-the-box 1911. What's this one? This is my SIG 220. This is why I carried in Vallejo. This is a 45 SIG 220. It's a 45. I don't know how many rounds, 10 or 12. It's double action, single action. This thing has been in and out of the holster so many freaking times, I can't even imagine. Still is a workhorse. This one is made in Germany. So it was the older SIGs. I'm not a fan of SIGs now. I think they went to shit just like everyone else. The old ones that were made in Germany, man, they were well fine-tuned machines. This gun has seen so many hours at the range, in a holster, out of the holster, dropped, slid on the ground. I mean, this gun has been through some shit. The grips held up good. I've probably changed the screws because they were probably scratched up. I don't think I've changed anything else on it. You can tell there's some wearing, losing holster wear here. You can tell the bluing is wearing out from going in and out of the holster. If you look, when you get shiny spots, that's usually bluing, wearing out. Overall, few scrapes and scratches. Not a lot. Really great gun. Shoots like a freaking dream. This gun is a badass gun. Again, I like my older SIGs. I do not like the new SIGs. This is a SIG 220 because I had the blue SIG when I saw the stainless. I was like, oh, dude, I got to have that. This is the frame made in Germany, so the whole gun wasn't made in Germany. But still, really fine, nice gun. Really like this. You notice it doesn't have the tricked out trigger that the other one had. Oh, I guess it does have the same trigger. Sorry, I get them confused. So both these are probably stock. I don't think there's any difference in them. Except one's stainless and one is blued. This one doesn't have as much wear and softer wear because I didn't carry this on duty as a duty gun. This is a Springfield Army. This is what I call your basic 1911. No frills, no nothing. Fixed combat sights, pretty small. These are called low profile, very low, so you don't want them hanging on things when you're drawing it. Straight old trigger with a little thumb ridge, but straight trigger. Small beaver tail. I really like the grips on this. These are almost like a rubberized, Parkerized grip. Are these Hogue? These are aftermarket Hogue. I bought this gun used. I thought they were factory, but they aren't. These are aftermarket Hogue. No wonder they're rubber and they feel so good. I didn't even know these were Hogue grips. I really like these grips. You notice smooth in the front. You notice in the back, this is your standard metal, kind of no ridges, no checkering, no nothing. It does have the lanyard ring, which makes it more of a combat standard. You know, you can hook a lanyard ring, you won't lose it. Other than that, pretty standard little gun. I forgot, I think I bought this at the gun show when I was helping my buddy also because somebody came up and wanted him to buy it. Had some scratches on it. I polished out some of the stuff. I went ahead and put like white fingernail polish in here to make this white come out and kind of stand out. And nice little gun. I really like it. But this is what you would call your basic standard 1911. I don't even know what model this is. It says made in Brazil. I don't know if they're all made in Brazil. Springfield's got a pretty good reputation, make pretty good gun. This is a Springfield Armory that was kind of shitty. When I Cerakoted my Kimber, I Cerakoted this one. And I had some, I found these grips for the Milan LeBay grips. And they were like, these are like metal or tin or aluminum oxide. So all this is kind of like grooved in. Really cool grips. And so I did the same thing with this one. I made all the parts black. And I made the gun that gold because I like that color contrast. So this is just your standard Springfield. I don't know, this is what I would call a full-size Springfield. This one I would call either compact or combat commander, smaller. Shorter barrel. Still standard magazine, but shorter barrel, shorter frame. This one, longer barrel, longer frame, still full-size mag. These two are really freaking nice. And these are probably the two guns I wouldn't sell. I really like these guys. I even get excited seeing them. This is made in Texas, an STI. I don't know if they're still around. They're still making guns. This is their Escort. Dude, this is a sweet shooting, great little compact gun. Nail driver, shoots good. You notice I have what's called a shoe on this trigger. Some people like them, some people don't. I like the old trigger shoe. It makes your trigger really wide. My whole pad sits on here. To me, it makes the trigger squeeze less because I have more contact patch. Most triggers are pretty small like this, very narrow. So you have a small contact patch on the trigger. This is called a shoe, and you can add it. They used to be really popular. I think they still make them. If you can buy a trigger shoe for 1911, dude, I love them. You want to send me something? Send me a trigger shoe because I only have one, maybe two. Because I don't find them anymore. And I mean, I looked them up, and I thought they made some nice aluminum ones, but they wanted something like 40 or 50 bucks for them. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. I mean, these things used to be like 5 or 10 bucks each to have a shoe. This is heavy metal, so it adds weight, but they make them now nicer. I wonder if I can pull up if they got a shoe. Let's see if they make shoes anymore. 1911 trigger shoe. Huh, there they are. Let's go to some images. So see, it's very wide. So Ballistic Specialty looks like they make them. It's an add-on. You can tell you add it on to your existing trigger. So this is how wide it is. Big contact patch. Some people just don't like it. They say, I don't like the feel. I love it. Gives me much more of an area. I can get my finger on this part and pull the trigger. I can wrap it all the way through and pull the trigger. I can feel the ridges. I really like a shoe. Some people don't. I'm not saying you have to have it. I love a shoe on my trigger. This one looks like the trigger has a trigger shoe. Very wide. It wraps around the sides of the trigger. I'm trying to see if there was a company that made them. Are these add-on? Trigger builder. No, this is just to build a trigger, not for the shoes. Wow, I thought last time I looked it up, there were a couple companies out there that were, maybe I need to get back to all and see if somebody's selling them. Trigger shoe at Brownells. I don't see any trigger shoes at Brownells. Trigger shoe DJ Precision. Okay, so that's a, I guess a smooth trigger shoe. Basically just gives you a wider contact patch. Bull Armory trigger shoe connectors. Wow, do these jump over? Man, you got a shit website. That's the biggest picture you're going to give me? What kind of bullshit is that? Suitor Connection, your website sucks, dude. Man, you just timed them out on live. Yeah, I did. Bullseye Farm, making 1911 shoe that fits the kitchen table. Anyone use trigger shoe in 1911 forum? All right. Now that you know what they are, you can go figure it out. Let me get back to my... Oh, shit. What gun was I on? Oh, I was on my STI. Let me open this with photos. All right. So we were talking about this trigger shoe right here. Hopefully you can see it. You got two little Allen screws that you actually just screw it onto the trigger. I replaced these grips here with stainless so they don't rust. And instead of the flat ones, probably the flat ones were probably either trashed. Sometimes when you see it, see this one's kind of a little trashed. That's what I call trash. See, that's kind of bent up a little bit. You don't get that when you get the hexagon ones. So that's a nice little upgrade if you want to upgrade your 1911. It's got the wide beaver tail. It's got serrations on the back, but on the front, it's got like fish scales. Very nice. I think it might have fish scales on the top. Let me see if I can. Nope, on the top is smooth. It's got really small, smooth ridges. It's a lot of ridges. It's got adjustable sights. This is called the STI Escort. I don't know if they still make it, but man, it is just a freaking, I mean, I love this gun. I don't know if I would ever sell this gun. Now, this one I got at a pawn shop, Dan Wesson. I don't even know the name of the brand, but it is just a smooth, solid little gun. And these grips that came on it, if you take them off, they're signed by some guy. I want to say it's Pete or something. But if you pull the grips off on the inside, they're signed by the guy that made them. And he made them out of some wormwood or whatever. But these grips are freaking just, I don't know if the color's coming out here, but they are some badass grips. I loved them. Now, the grips themselves, I think, are either $300 or $500. And this was and the Dan Wesson gun is usually close to $800-900. And I think I got it for this grip. There was a little bit of rust on here. The gun was dirty. It wasn't clean. I said it was stiff. I can't remember what I got. I got a pretty damn good deal. I want to say in the 800 area for this with these grips, maybe 700. But it has a little bit of aggressive serrations in the front. I'm not a real fan of aggressive in the front. That's why I like this STI. It's got this smooth kind of fish scale in the front. So it gives you something to grip. It's not smooth, but it's not aggressive on your hand, on your fingers. On the back, kind of aggressive. But I don't mind on the back too much. The front, I don't like aggressive. So this Dan Wesson has the aggressive on the front. Not a fan of that. It's got the aggressive on the back. You can see it's got the hexagon, a little scratch on the grips there, it looks like. Didn't even notice that before. The barrel, it's got a matched barrel, but it was dull. I mean, you see how my STI has like a satin finish barrel? That's kind of what most of the barrels This is almost looks like a satin finish. So I didn't polish this because I didn't want to remove the finish. This, sometimes your stainless steel barrels or your barrels, they just look dull. So I just put some flits on it and really polish up my barrel. It makes them very smooth. If you can see the front, I think I did what's called crowning. I crown the barrel so it makes it more wide instead of just really round. It takes out the nicks. So a lot of my guns have the crowning on the barrel. That I've got a little thing that I can actually hand crown a barrel. So I've crowned a lot of my 1911 barrel. This is one of my, pawn shop wannabe specials. I don't know what I paid for it. Maybe $250, $300. It was a Taurus. The guy polished the slide up before I got it, but it was pretty smooth. And the grips were kind of rough. I went ahead and put some clear coat, or not a clear coat, water locks on the grips. I did a video where I did all my 1911 grips with that water locks. It's got some serrations underneath the trigger. Some people like that for the second hand. I'm not a fan. Doesn't really, I wouldn't add it. I wouldn't want it. Smooth. It's not flat. Some of your triggers are square like a Glock. Some are round. I kind of prefer the round personally. It has serrations on the front and rear, which are usually extras. You pay more. It's got serrations in the front of the barrel and the back. Again, anytime you have more machining, it raises the cost to produce the gun. I'm telling you, I've got some of my high-end 1911s that will jam with certain rounds. This gun, have not found a round that will jam this gun. So people want to talk shit about Taurus. And this is one of my throwdown guns. I've got it loaded, stuck in a house somewhere, that if somebody found it and they stole it, that's great, but it's close to where I can grab it. I've got usually a gun in every room, multiple guns that I can grab in reaching distance. So that's why I say if somebody wants to come try to get one of these guns, you can get it, you can have it. So anyway, a nice gun though. I really like this gun. It shoots, it doesn't jam. It's not as tight as my other guns. You may hear a little rattle, but this sucker's reliable. It's got the double ambidextrous safety. So this gun's on safe right now. It's cocked and locked. I just pulled it out, wiped it down on the outside, left it loaded when I took a picture. There's going to be some safety Sally. Oh my God, that gun's loaded. It's scary. You could shut up, you freaking crybaby. It's got the drilled out triggers. I don't know if I changed the trigger. And it looks like it's got aftermarket sights, maybe sights. But anyway, does the serial number match? I can't see the serial number. If you can get and when you're looking at guns, if the barrel is serial numbered with the gun, that's usually a plus. You know they were made together and formed together and fitted together, etc. So if you're looking at a serial number on a frame and a gun, if they're the same, that's something to look for when you're buying a gun. Oh, that must be it. Okay. So those are the little babies. I don't even know how many's here. I thought I had to add. Maybe there was 20 or something. I don't know. All right. So that's all. I put it in a folder for my 1911 pistols. I need to find my other 1911s and add them to this folder because, if my house burns down or something or they're stolen, I don't have pictures of them, whatever. I mean, I think I have pictures somewhere, receipts and a book and a letter with all my serial numbers and all that shit. But over time, it doesn't get updated as much. Okay, so we're going to end this. Where am I at? 3 hours, 7 minutes. We're in it. I got 400 people here. Thanks for coming. Glad you're here. I enjoy spending time with you guys, answer questions. Let me go to the comments, and then I'm going to cover this last video. Do you like Glock angle? Yeah, I think Glocks are fine. A lot of people talk about 1911 angle grip is the best, ergonomical, correct, natural, whatever. I like 1911s. I like my Glock. A lot of people bitch about the Glock's angle grip. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I shoot so many guns, so many different angles. The angle of the grip has nothing to do. What's more important about angle and grip and all this other shit, I tell everybody, is your freaking trigger pull. And that's the one thing that people don't work on. 99% of all shooters, if you watch any shooting video, they pop the freaking trigger. And it drives me nuts as an instructor when I see somebody pop a trigger. Bang, bang, bang. They never do bang, click, and a trigger reset. I don't care what gun you got. If you do that, I don't care what the angle is. I don't care whether you use 2 hands, 1 hand, whether you're breathing right. If you've got that down, all the other shit will fall into place. Good talk, lots of fun. This last video is on a sheriff that gets pulled over. It's pretty good. We flew with guns. Yeah. What do you think about ATF trying to ban homemade firearms? Look, I'm against any ATF or any government fucking with any gun. So you don't need to ask me what I think about it. ATF can suck my dick. I don't like them. They're fucking a tyrannical freaking strong armor of the anti-constitutionists. All they want to do is figure out a way to impede on the Second Amendment. That is their full-time fucking job. We're paying them to fucking harass and to take away our constitutional right. And it's bullshit. And they make rules and they make up definitions, and they're not legislators, and they shouldn't be making laws, and they shouldn't have half the fucking power. You know, if any politician had the balls, they would disband that fucking unit. But I digress. Let me get my calm. The ATF is good. All right. Gen 23. I think those are 40 caliber, right? Let's see here. Rick, you got some nice looking kids. I know, I do have some. Man, when I was cleaning them, I was like, fuck, I forgot this gun. Man, this is a nice gun. I've worked a slide. I'm like, damn, I forgot it. You know, when you have these guns over years and years and decades, and you don't get them out and shoot them a lot, when you pull them out, it's almost like a treat to pull them out and say, man, look at the finish, feel that slide, feel the action, the trigger pull. I mean, it's just, I mean, I'm kind of a gun. I mean, maybe I'm a gun nerd or whatever. To me, it's just a nice mechanical thing that just works perfectly and functions so well, and just a fine tool machine. I like it. Some people are like that with engines. I hear an engine. Other guys hear lifters and rings and rods. I don't hear any of that shit. I hear a freaking engine. But some people are like really into engines. They can tell you how big it is and what the carburetors, whatever. And that's, I like nice guns. Trade you a custom AR for it. What are we trading here? We're doing gun trades here? Have I become a gun trade channel? Burl wood, Rick, from Knot of Tree. Is that the wood that I have? Is that burl wood? That tree, those freaking grips. I love those grips, man. I'm telling you, man, those grips, I would probably never buy grips like that, but those grips are pretty much my freaking favorite grips, man. And I don't know if I can get a better picture of those grips. Let me just open it up to where it's not. Yeah, but is this picture better than the other one? Man, these freaking grips. I love those grips, man. Let me tell you. They are freaking pretty grips. Man, I like those grips. I would never pay $350, $400, $500 for grips. I just couldn't do it. I mean, I got to buy these guns used and messed up, and it's very hard for me to pay a lot of money for something. I just can't justify it. Correction. Yeah, you can have my serial numbers and report them, whatever you got to do. Every hand-fended part is serial numbered. What? On who has every hand-fitted part serial numbered? I don't think my triggers and all my parts are serial numbered. Cats, clear that up in another comment. What are you talking about? Don't like grip angle. Everybody bitches about the Glock grip angle. I'm telling you, man, that ain't got shit to do with the functionality of a gun. That fucking Glock shoots. I don't even know how many. Man, I'm freaking hungry. I gotta have a snack, people. Everyone else is like, dude, you're eating and I'm sorry. One of my great viewers sent me some of this stuff. It's pretty good. I don't know if I'd recommend it. The first bag I opened, it was pretty stale. The second one wasn't stale, but I looked at the calorie count, and it's like 130 calories per servings. And there's 4 servings in this freaking little bag. 4 servings. I eat this in one sitting. So this is almost like freaking 500-600 calories for this treat, and it ain't that freaking great for that many calories. But in a crunch, you got to eat what you got to eat. And so one of my great viewers sent it to me, so I'm eating it. And what it looks like, if you guys can see in there, it looks like freaking granola. Can you guys see that? Now, when it's not stale, This is semi-stale. It's pretty good. The other bag wasn't stale and it was good. All right. Didn't know Taurus made in 1911. On very high-end guns, every part is serial numbered. I don't think my Wilson Combat, every part is serial numbered. I'll have to pull it out and check. Yeah, that Taurus, I'm telling you, some of the ammo, because I'll buy used ammo. Sometimes people that got rid of guns, they find guns or ammo. They're like, man, I got this old box of ammo and you want it? I go, yeah, I'll shoot it. And it won't work on some of my guns because they're too tight and they're too high end and it's old ammo. I ain't found nothing that didn't work on a Taurus. Bob Don C. President, Brazil. Any president that doesn't encourage his citizens to have guns is crooked, wants power, wants you disarmed, and wants to become tyrannical. Any president that doesn't encourage its citizens to own firearms, be self-sufficient, be able to take care of yourself, is worried that if people have guns, they will remove his power. And you don't want somebody who's afraid to lose power, believe me. M&P, I need more, only have 8. I like my Taurus. I had to mushroom the end of a takedown pin to fix mine. I don't know about that. I wouldn't be mushrooming pins. I'd buy a new pin. When you start changing the structure of some of these metal parts, you degrade their strength or their functionality, or you may be doing something microscopically that you don't know that will cause another problem. I'm assuming when he says mushroom, it's like taking something and pounding on it until it mushrooms over and creates a crown. And I would not be doing that to any part on my gun. You can do what you want. I'm not telling you I'm smart. I got all the answers. You got to listen to your... I'm just telling you, I wouldn't do that. Burl wood from a tree knot. Awesome wood. Is that what that is? They damn sure are pretty. How I direct that. Good. I'm glad. They're nice guns. Look. Here's the things about 1911s. Probably other people won't tell you. They were made long ago. They're kind of old technology. The guy that designed them, Browning, was brilliant. 1911 is the year I say it was built. I think it might have been, the patent was 1911. They might have worked on 1909 or 910. To make it simple, the 1911 came from 1911. So that's how old the technology is. Over time, they've improved it. The basic thing is the same. We've gotten better metals, lighter metals, things that work better together. Our machining is better. They become better than they used to be, so they can function more tight. The best thing about a 1911 is the trigger. I can fire faster with a 1911 than any other gun because the trigger reset is microscopic. I mean, it's just, as soon as you learn trigger control that you can do this, you can fire a 1911. I mean, a Glock, anything else, your movements are doing this to fire. On a 1911, you're doing this. I mean, it's very, very little. I can't pull one out to show you a reset. I dropped a cashew. That's a good looking cashew, huh? Ooh, doggy. So, if I was telling somebody about my 1911, I just gave you a good briefing, I think, on how things look for different options. The Taurus front strut is grippy. I found that trigger guard checkering interesting. Yeah, I'm not a machinist. I can't be doing serrations and doing things like that. I can polish. I can file off roughness. I can change minor things. I can replace parts and make them fit. But other than that, damn. I'm not a machinist to where I can start putting in my own checkering. How you can mistake anything for a gun? Well, the reason you can mistake things for a gun is a lot of times cops are working in low light conditions, houses, rooms coming out of light, eyes adjusting, things are happening quick, cars are driving by with lights hitting your eyes. So we already have kind of dysfunctional eyes in most events we're dealing with people. They're in our house, we're dark, we're outside, we've got a flashlight, they've got a flashlight, the porch light is on, it's not on, there's not lights on. So normally in most of our contacts, we're already dealing with some sort of lighting issues. And then you get fast, furtive movements. You get movements that are not normal. Now, fast, furtive movements can come because I'm trying to hide dope, or because I'm trying to get rid of my gun, or because I don't want something that looks like it, or I'm hiding the ammo because I'm a felon, I can't have one. You know, those furtive movements can be other things. But when a cop's got a gun screwed in your ear and he's telling you don't move and put your hands up, and you start doing stupid furtive movements, and there's anything that looks like it could be a gun under these light conditions, it's hard to say, I need to wait till I see the flash in my face before I return fire, because then it's too late. So there's a line. I'm not saying cops don't shoot too fast and they don't fucking use good judgment and they're just shooting people because they can get away with it. That's happening. I'm just saying there is legitimate reasons on why that can happen when a good cop does it legitimately. P.T. Branham, 1911. Never heard of it. I enjoy front. I also prefer mild to medium LPI. I don't know what LPI is. Flush or crown. I have a lot of crown on my 1911s. I like that look. I'm not sure if it does anything for performance. If you have a nick on your crown, for a rifle or long range, your crown is very important for accuracy. On a pistol, not so much. But when you have pressure and gases and a bullet coming out, if all this is equal, you get better, more accurate pressure coming out, the bullet coming out. So bullets coming out, if this is tight and equal, you're going to get better pressure. If this is crooked and you have a dent, like a nick, when this comes out, I'm getting less gas here than I am here. And because of that, it can either change the direction of the bullet, it can throw the bullet off balance, it can mess up the revelation of the bullet, the rotation. So any damage to the crown, to me, I don't like. Not that it's going to matter in most pistol shots. I mean, most pistol shots are going to be shot, you know, within arm's reach. But ideally, you want your crown protected. If you get a small nick, a lot of times crowning, recrowning, or giving the, I better look it up, because I always get the damn term wrong. Is it recessed crown? Holding. Recessed crown barrel. Okay, so this is what they call a reset. That's not what I'm talking about. But this is one way to protect your barrel. So this recessed crown here, let me blow this up. This extra layer here, if this gets damaged, isn't going to affect this crown in here. This is your crown. Your crown is recessed to where it has this extra protection of metal around here so this doesn't get dinked. It almost looks like there's a little dink right there. Can y'all see that? Let me see if I can open this in a new image. See that little dink right there? That could just be light, or it could be a little one of the rifling that came out where it was cut, but it almost looks like this crown was dinked. That's going to cause problems. If it's sticking up, it's going to hit the barrel, and when the bullet comes across, it's going to cause friction and change the impact or movement of the barrel. If it's sunken, it's going to let extra gas go between the bullet and the barrel. So any damage to the crown of a gun is not a good thing. Now, this crown right here is supposedly protect this crown. That's not what I'm talking about. This is kind of what I'm looking at for recessed crowning, this angle going in. And I don't know what the name of it is. This is the barrel crown here. This is recessed. So the crown is behind. This is what my recessed ones look like. When I recess a barrel, this is what it looks like. You basically shave. So you see the rifling here? I don't know if I can zoom this. Hang on. When I look at what you're seeing, I'm seeing it better. Let me go one more. Let me get rid of this. Okay, so you see right here, this is the rifling. You have lands and grooves. I think this is a groove because it's cut in. This is a land because it's up. So, oh, you guys aren't seeing that. I have to use this. Sorry. This is a land because it comes up. This is a groove because it comes down. I think that terminology is right. So we have lands, which come up and actually contact the bullet. We have grooves that are in the barrel that let gases and everything else go through, but the bullet actually doesn't contact here. So if I have a nick here, it may change the flow of the gas. Gas is going to be coming out of here in a straight flow when the barrel comes out. It's going to be spinning because the bullet's spinning. But as the bullet comes out, you have gases escaping here, and here you have contact on the bullet. If one of these crowns get nicked, when that bullet comes out, it can cut a groove in the bullet, which may mess up its rotation, may create more drag, may create wobble, may create different things, effects on a bullet. Because remember, when a bullet comes out, it's spinning at revolutions per minute like crazy. I mean, most people don't understand. I have it on my website. For those that want to go see it, let me see if I can find it real quick. Somebody's probably already seen it. It's just easier for me to search. Revolution. No. There's 33. Reinvented revolvers. I thought it was bullet. RPM is what I want. RPM is the way I put it. There we go. Determining bullet RPM. So a bullet that comes out of a 12 piss rate times 60 bullet RPM, quick version, MV times 720, whatever. I used to do it 270 revolutions per minute. An RPM is 3,000 times 12/8 times 60, 270. So a bullet with a 1 1/8 twist, I should have how fast the bullet is. At 3,000 feet per second, its revolutions per minute is 270,000. Now, engine people will know when you redline a car, you're redlining at maybe 7,000, 8,000, maybe on a motorcycle, a little rice rocket. I think I redline on my 250 Yamaha or 250 Kawasaki. I might redline at 12,000 RPMs is where I redline. Most cars, I think, are somewhere between 7 and 10, maybe. A bullet is at 270,000 revolutions per minute. I mean, that's just crazy. So when that bullet comes out, it's spinning and creating a lot of heat and forces because the lands and grooves have affected the bullet, and now all that is spinning in the air, and it's heat, and you have explosion force behind it, and it's heated up out of the bullet, and it cools while it's flying. So, I mean, there's just all kind of these factors, and I don't even know how the hell I got on Bullet Revolution. What the hell was I talking about? I think I was talking about lands and grooves. Yeah, on this picture right here, I was talking about, where's that picture? Yeah, so the lands and grooves. So when you get a nick and you've got something coming out at 270,000 RPMs, now no pistol is coming out at 3,000 feet per second. The numbers change, but it's still, I want to say it's like 60,000 for pistol rounds on what they're spinning. And again, if you go to my website, thinklikecop.org, and go down to RPMs, I've got determining bullet RPM. I've got several different formulas. You can do it different ways. It's at the bottom of the page, so you can find it easy. Just go to the bottom of the page. But because all that's happening so fast, when you get a nick right here, that can cause problems. That changes something. When you get a nick here, it changes the gas flow, the gas escape, the gas, you're getting more pressure here. Just think about it. If I took a file and I filed this down lower and made this bigger, doesn't contact the bullet, what would it change? I would have much more gases escaping here. So if gas takes the path of least resistance and it goes out and it forces, I'm losing pressure totally because I'm losing extra gas here. Plus, at the top part, I'm getting so much pressure from the gas, and at the bottom part, I'm getting different pressure. That's not good for bullet flight. It's not good for consistency. So that's why I like the crown barrel. I think that's how I got into this. And I crown a lot of my guns. This is what a lot of my 1911 with a crown barrel. A lot of my 1911s, I've done this to the barrel. And I like it. I think it looks sharp. I think it's easy to clean. It doesn't make your lands and grooves way out here to where they can get hit. Now, somebody's going to say, when you do this, you lose velocity. Why do you lose velocity when you do this? Because I've taken away part of the barrel length. And anytime you get a shorter barrel, the gas is pushing it less. Therefore, it's not pushing as hard or fast, so it slows down. All right, let me go to comments. I'm noticing that I'm at 3 hours and 38 minutes. What the hell? I thought I was going to finish with that last video. All right, let me go to comments here. TCM can reach 3,000. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the little gun. Yeah, 5-inch barrel. I forgot about that. Team 21, don't call me a dummy. What? Help me. Sorry about the few people falling in a river. Great live. Are you sure you don't mean 2,700, not 27,000? No, I mean 27,000. Team 21. What's Team 21? Hit the like, dummy. Oh, okay. Desert Eagle 45 Hebrew. I had a Desert Eagle. I think I had it when I did that video. I ended up selling it. It was okay. Help. The copper engages the grooves. Crown barrels look great in my opinion as well. Damn good show, buddy. Hey, thanks. Dropping gun on a barrel. Yeah, if you drop this gun on a barrel, you're not going to mess up the crown. You may dent this part of the barrel, but you're not going to mess up the crown. You're not going to change your accuracy, which is pretty important for a combat gun that gets dropped, banged. If you're clearing a house, I can't tell you the number of times I've hit my gun, clearing a doorway, sticking it through, getting pushed, running in the door. One guy stalls up, I get pushed into the door, and my gun gets smashed into the door well, and it's bang. I mean, people that run around thinking my gun is my baby and I can't ever touch it, and it's got man, my guns get freaking beat to shit when you're doing entries, fighting. You have to try to put it away in the middle of a fight. You're trying to wrestle a guy with it in your hand. It ends up hitting the ground, hitting the wall. You can't put it away. I mean, my guns take abuse when you're carrying it and fighting with people and doing cop work. If you're doing real cop work, if you're just writing tickets, your gun does just fine, sitting in a holster looking tough. Freaking pussy-ass ticket writers. All right, I got to end this freaking thing. I want to get to that last video. Let's see here. Where's that last video at? All right. So in this video here,
Body camera. News 12's Caroline Cluess reports.
On Friday, Carter County Sheriff Chris Bryant was pulled over here in Wilson on 10th and Hewitt Streets. When an officer got out to make contact, here's what happened.
This is the sheriff.
Good afternoon. I'm Officer Henry with the Wilson Police Department. We're ready for the stop today because I clocked you 37 and 25.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I get you?
37 and 25. That's what, 12 miles over? That's a legit stop. The sheriff has an attitude. And I'm not sure he's that bad of a guy.
Good afternoon. I'm Officer Henry with the Wilson Police Department. We're ready for the stop today because I clocked you 37 and 25.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I get your driver's license real quick, Mr. Bryant?
You really want the driver's license?
I just want to look at it.
Huh?
I said, I just
I'm the
want.
sheriff. I'm not giving you my license. I'm the sheriff.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not giving you my driver's license.
Okay.
Okay.
All righty.
All right. I appreciate you.
The officer starts walking back to his car and asks the sheriff to stay put.
Set top for me real quick.
Then the officer turns and Bryant leaves his vehicle.
You realize I'm the sheriff of this county?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm the sheriff of this county. All right.
Okay.
You pulled me over. You made your contact. You want to
Okay.
write me a ticket?
I mean, I wasn't going to. I was just going to make sure you had your
Right.
driver's license on.
I got my driver's license.
I was just asking to look at it, and then I was going to send you on back today.
Okay.
That's all I was doing.
So Bryant shows him his license
There's my driver's license.
and an ID card proving he's an officer of the law.
And there's my commission card.
Okay.
Bryant told me he couldn't interview because he's working on cases, but the Wilson officer said Bryant came back to apologize a short time later. He was not given a ticket. No one else wanted to speak with me on camera, but the Wilson police chief said he's proud of how his officer acted and he thinks the video speaks for itself. Reporting in Wilson, Caroline Cluis, News 12.
Late this afternoon, Sheriff Bryant sent us this statement on the incident saying, quote, "I apologize for my actions on Friday in Wilson. It was poor judgment on my part to be driving in excess of the speed limit and to not promptly display my driver's license when asked to do so. For whatever little it is worth, I did return to the Wilson Police Department about an hour later and apologized to the officer who had initiated the traffic stop. I have also apologized to the city mayor as well as the police chief. There was no need for me to be curt. This man was simply doing his job."
Now, who thinks this sheriff is really sorry? He don't give a shit. And look, to be honest, I don't really have a problem with what the sheriff did. Rick, you're a bootleg jackhammer. If a citizen would have done that. It wasn't a citizen. It was the sheriff. And I'm with the sheriff. You know I'm the freaking sheriff. You know who the fuck I am. You know I can't be a peace officer without a driver's license. Why the fuck are you asking my license? Are you going to write me a ticket? Then write me a fucking ticket. If the cop would have said, yeah, I need your license because I'm writing you a ticket, I'd have been okay with that too. And then the sheriff would have probably gave him his license. But the sheriff knew he wasn't going to get a ticket. So he's like, why the fuck do you want to make me pull out my driver's license? So, and I like when people push back against cops. This cop, Ricky was doing his job. He's being a pussy, stopping somebody for speeding, whatever. Get a fucking life and go find some crime. So I'm not impressed with the cop making the traffic stop anyway. I think the cop handled it pretty well. He didn't get outraged. I think the cop was being a dick when he said, hold on a second. He knew he wasn't going to, he said, I wasn't going to write your ticket. I was just going to make sure you have your license. You already know I got a fucking license. I'm a peace officer. I can't be a peace officer without a license. You got to have a driver's license to become a peace officer. Why the fuck are you asking me my driver's license? If you want to write me a ticket, then tell me I need your license, write me a ticket. You know you ain't write me a ticket. I know you ain't write me a ticket. So why are you fucking around with this? Let me see this license bullshit. Now, the cop may have in his mind went, you know what? I got to go by the stops. I'm on camera. I don't want to make it look like I'm just letting him go for the sheriff. Maybe that's what he thought. I don't care. I'm glad the sheriff got in his ass and told him fuck off. I mean, I like when somebody pushes back against government. Now, should the sheriff have done that? No. Should he have been speeding? All cops speed. All people speed. If you're running around saying I never speed and I follow a lie, I'm calling you a damn liar right now. You're full of shit. Everybody violates the law. That's why I don't like speeding laws, because it's too subjective. Cops get to choose when and how they enforce it because they know everybody does it. So the law isn't really the law. It's just an excuse for law enforcement to fuck with you when they want to and who they want to. And I don't like laws like that. I like laws that are fucking there, they're enforced, they're done. But that's the side point. Let me look at this.
Officer's request, this reports.
Hewitt Street. Officer got out. Here's what happened.
Good afternoon. I'm Officer Henry with the Wilson Police Department. Ready for a stop today because I clocked you 37 and a 25.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He called the guy, sir. At what point do you think he knew it was the sheriff? You think he knew it before he pulled it over? I might think he knew it before he pulled it over. Is this an emergency vehicle? This looks like emergency lights to me. This guy, this sheriff, has an emergency vehicle. Do you think this cop would have pulled over a marked unit for doing this same thing? Let me answer that for you. Not no, but hell no. He wouldn't have done it. So the sheriff was like, dude, really? I'm in my motherfucking sheriff vehicle and you're going to pull me over knowing damn well you ain't giving me a ticket? And if you do, you're a pussy. And not only are you going to be called a pussy, you're going to piss off a lot of people. So why the fuck are you wasting my time? Rick, you're a big bootleg. I'm not. I'm telling you reality, people. Look, I like when government gets fucked with stupid laws because then maybe they'll change the law and they'll fucking tie cops in the hat. Maybe this cop will go tell his deputies, you guys better not be fucking around with bullshit speeding tickets. If y'all can't find something else better to do, then I'll find you something to do. That's what I'd fucking say if I was sheriff and my guys were out there doing bullshit stops. But anyway, this guy's a local PD. He's not a sheriff. He apologized to the police department. He knows he's a sheriff. I think he knew he's sheriff before he pulled him over. Even if he didn't, he knew right here. Oh, hey, sheriff, I didn't know it was you. Hey, I just want to let you know, give you a warning. I clocked you at 27 and, 37 to 27, 25, whatever. All right, have a nice day. He could have done that and been over. But then he wouldn't have had to flex. Then he couldn't have said, well, I'm a police officer and I stopped you and you got to show me your license and you got to listen to me and I'm going to detain you more. Wait here while I walk back to my car. Those are all control shit that police departments do to pesky citizens. And it's bullshit when they do it to them. So I'm saying it's bullshit when he does it to him. You may not agree with me. You may think I'm a big jackboot, but I don't have really a problem with the sheriff.
Can I get your driver's license real quick, Mr. Bryant?
You really want my driver's license?
I just want to look at it.
Huh?
I said,
I'm the sheriff. I'm not giving you my license. I'm the sheriff.
Okay.
I like that. I ain't giving you my license. What are you going to do now? You going to arrest me? Because as soon as you say to give a license, there's a law that says if you refuse to give your license, you're arrestable. You think this cop's going to arrest him if you don't give him his license? I mean, now somebody will say, what if the sheriff was drinking? Well, if he was drinking, then he would have saw slurred speech. He would have saw his eyes. He would have smelled alcohol. Then we're talking about a whole different set of circumstances. Then I got no problem with the cop saying, you ain't leaving. Turn your car off. You're being detained. I smell alcohol. I'm getting another unit here. Don't get out of the vehicle. But that didn't happen. What did happen is the sheriff got out and showed this guy what for. You want some of this?
Okay.
Okay, I'm not giving you my driver's license.
Okay.
Okay?
All righty.
All right? I appreciate you.
The officer starts walking back to his.
The sheriff thought he was leaving. He thought this was over. When the guy told him to stay, he knew it wasn't over. And now he's getting to legal shit in his mind. This is still a lawful detention. If I leave before he releases me, I'm committing a crime. And then I'm going to be stepping on my dick even more than I already have. So he was saying, thanks a lot. I appreciate you. He dismissed the pesky officer and he was going to leave. And then the cop says, stay right here. That's when the sheriff got pissed.
Car and asks the sheriff to stay put.
Sit tight for me real quick.
Then the officer turns and
Sit tight for me. Sheriff didn't like that. That's when he comes out.
leaves his vehicle.
You realize I'm the sheriff of this county?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm the sheriff of this county. All right?
Okay.
You pulled me over. You've made your contact. You want to
Okay.
write me a ticket?
I mean, I wasn't going to. I was just going to make.
If you aren't going to, the courts would rule right now the contact is terminated. If you're not going to write him a ticket, there is no detention. This detention and contact was lawfully over. Once the lawful business of you stopping them is over, you have no right to hold this person. This counts for you or the sheriff. That's why when cops go up there and go, hey, I'm just going to give you a warning, blah, blah, cool. Fuck you. Have a nice night. You can suck my dick and you can drive off. He can't say, oh, you said suck my dick. I'm going to write you a ticket now. Can't do it. It's been ruled. The courts have ruled. No. Once you say what you've said and done, the contact is over. Whatever happens after that, you need a new crime, new probable cause, new reasons to prolong this contact.
Actually, you have your driver's license on you.
I got my driver's license.
I was just asking to look at it.
Why did you want to look at it? What do you need? You can run my plate. You know I'm the sheriff. You know I have a license. There's no reason for you to want to look at it except you want to flex that you stopped me. You got me in a position now because you're in power and you get to tell me what to do, and I don't like it, and I'm going to let you know I don't like it. I'm kind of okay with this, Sheriff.
And then I was going to send you on about your day.
Okay.
That's all I was doing.
Now, I got a more of a problem with how much shit the sheriff carries in his fucking pocket. What do you got, a fucking encyclopedia in there? What, you got pictures of everybody in your fucking community? You got a picture of their kid? What the, how many motherfucking things you need in your, I got more of a problem with this coming out of his motherfucking pocket than I do his attitude.
His license.
There's my driver's license.
And an ID card proving he's an officer of the law.
There's my commission card.
Okay.
Bryant told me he couldn't interview because he's working on cases, but the Wilson.
So he showed him, and then he said, okay. And the guy said, okay. Was that the end of the contact? Because remember, he said, stand by.
Working on cases, but the Wilson officer said Bryant.
There's my driver's license.
And an ID card proving he's an officer of the law.
There's my commission card.
Okay.
Bryant told me he couldn't interview because.
Okay. Contact over. So he complied, didn't comply like the cop wanted, kind of had an attitude, but showed him his shit. Let the cop win. Who thinks this sheriff doesn't have guys that work for him and deputies that knows they can make points if they get this cop for DUI or for speeding? I guarantee you this cop, since he wants to be such a dick and stop speeders, a sheriff deputy is going to pull this guy over, write him a ticket, and he's going to go to the sheriff, go, hey, sheriff, I just want to let you know, remember that cop that stopped you? I rode him today for 13 and a 12 or some bullshit. And the sheriff will smile and say, thanks, man. And that'll be the end of it. I guarantee you that shit will happen. There are guys that like to be close to the power guys that will do shit to kiss their ass. And anybody that fucks with this cop after this is going to be on the sheriff's good side. Do you want that in the sheriff in the county that you live in? Probably not, but you know what? I got no problem with it. Fucking cop wants to run and write tickets. I hope another cop does write his ass a ticket. But anyway, you guys are going to dog me about taking the sheriff's side.
Because he's working on cases, but the Wilson officer said Bryant came back to apologize a short time later.
Whatever. I mean, look, who thinks something can be done about this? This guy's an elected sheriff. He's a fucking sheriff. He can do what he wants. I don't give a shit. I mean, arrest him. Give him a ticket. Mail him a ticket. I mean, this cop's within his rights to say, you know what? I'm going to file a ticket with the DA. Even though I let you go, I'm going to write this ticket. I'm going to mail you a copy of it. And I'm going to forward this to the DA for charges because I still got you for speeding and I didn't like your attitude. So do it. Knock yourself out. The sheriff will either pay it or he'll go to court and say, I want to see the radar. I want to see the certification. I want to see when the last time you calibrated it. I want to see your training records. The sheriff can do that too. I mean, so just because this guy left doesn't mean the sheriff couldn't have got a ticket. Most people just aren't going to go there. So, all right, how did I get this wrong? Somebody tell me why I shouldn't take the cop side. Brevard County, all sheriffs, but only one is elected. What? Brevard County, all are sheriffs, but only one is elected. I've never heard of a county that has multiple sheriffs. A county has one elected sheriff and everyone else is his deputy. Just like there's one DA and everyone else is an assistant DA or a deputy DA. The elected guy holds a position. There's either an elected sheriff and there's an elected DA, and then there's deputies or assistants. I don't know what county this is that you think there's multiple sheriffs. Nothing can be done to elected official. Oh, yes, absolutely something can be done. He could have absolutely wrote this guy a ticket. I mean, look, if I didn't like this sheriff or this guy was a dick and we had already had issues and I stopped him like this, and when I asked for his license, he says I ain't showing it, I'd have went, well, by law, you're required to show it. So I'm going to give you one more chance because refusing to show is an arrestable offense, and I'm going to take you into custody, and I don't care if you're the sheriff or not. So you can either show me your license or I can take you into custody. How do you want to play this? He absolutely could have done. I don't give a shit if he's an elected official. I don't care who it is. I can't remember who I pulled over that was some hot dog. Everybody like, dude, you know who that is? I go, nope. Dude, man, you're going to get heat. And I think I got called in, but I'm like, I don't give a shit. I did what I would do normally. Whatever. Knock yourself out. If this sheriff would have pulled that on me and I didn't like him, I guarantee you it wouldn't have went this way. And this cop could have arrested him. He could have gotten his ass. He could have said, I don't give a fuck who you are. I just stopped you for a lawful offense. You're detained, and you either show me a license or you get to go to jail and ride in the back of my car, Mr. Sheriff. Now, how's this going to go? And the sheriff would have went, I better not play with this guy. I'm going to show him my fucking license, and I'll fuck him later. Or I'll find a way to get him back. Or I'll threaten him and tell him you just made a big mistake and you're going to pay for it later. You got the cards now, but I'll have them later. Sheriff could have done all that. I don't give a shit. Knock yourself out. This, you can do something to an elected official as a cop because there is nothing that exempts anybody. All right. Where the hell was I? Agreed. Love my GC. You forgot to mention the sheriff's baldness. Did I mention that? I thought I draw a little arrow around it earlier. Maybe this was already payback. Could have been. Maybe there was an issue. Maybe the sheriff's arrested one of these guys from the PD for DUI the other night. And maybe this is what it was. And that's why the sheriff's like, I ain't playing your fucking game. We don't know what all the story is. But again, I'm kind of okay with the sheriff. I'm okay with the cop. I think the cop's pussy for pulling over people for fucking speeding. But other than that, I kind of like the sheriff's attitude. Fuck you. He seems like my kind of guy. I don't like the fact that he thinks he can run around and speed and he wants other people to get tickets. Now, if I knew this sheriff was a freaking ticket hound and his deputies had quotas and his deputies wrote a lot of tickets to get a lot of revenue, then I would have a huge problem with the sheriff. But I don't know that information. But well, now that's true. Everybody should, and that's what I don't like. Is cops, but you know what? Look, doctors don't get to clap and lawyers don't get sued. There's a brotherhood in just about every organization, and cops don't get tickets normally. But that doesn't always hold true. Cops get arrested for lots of things, and they get a lot of tickets. Hell, I got a ticket in my fucking emergency vehicle from a freaking highway patrol piece of shit asshole CHP dude going home in my car, pulled me over. Got all pissed off because I didn't have registration. I finally told him, I don't want to hear your bullshit. Write the fucking ticket. I need your registration right now. I'm going to tow this car. I go, you ain't towing shit. It's an emergency vehicle. It's fucking my vehicle. Write me the fucking ticket. You want the registration? You can go look in the glove box. I'm telling you, I don't have it. And he went digging through my glove box. He was all pissy and thought I was speeding on his fucking highway. And he wrote me a fucking ticket for like 82 or some shit. Like, fuck you. Write me a fucking ticket, you fucking pussy. All right, let's see. Sheriff without a gun, weak. 28 and a 25. Yes, stupid stop. Or his wife. Well, I don't know. It could have been wife issues. I mean, look, there's so many things that could have been going on. But look, you gotta look at this. You guys are looking at it from pesky citizens that everybody's treated equal and that everybody's treated like us. And that's just not true. I mean, it's nice. It should be, but it's just not true. I mean, cops are going to get handled different. Cops with guns get handled different than pesky citizens with guns. Pesky citizens that shoot people get handled different than cops. Accept reality. I mean, that's just the way it is. Don't get mad at me because I'm a fucking messenger. I'm just telling you the way it is. So I'm looking at this from a cop standpoint. I got no problem with the sheriff. And, I don't like pussy ticket writers. So I would have ticketed him or anyone else. Well, I mean, and there was people that would brag about, they were number one ticket. They wrote everything. I got to enforce the law. That's my job. They would brag that if I saw my mother speeding, I'd write her a ticket. Nobody gets a break. I don't care who they are. And they were like happy about it. CHP was, I can't tell you number of officers. Yo, man, would you write your mom a ticket? Hell yeah. If she's speeding, she knows better. I'm like, what the? I mean, are you people really think that if a cop pulls over his mom, he should treat her like he treats everybody else? Do you guys really live in that type of world that you really think that? Because if you think that a cop treats his mom like he treats everybody else, then you don't get it. No more than he treats cops like he treats everybody else. It's not going to happen. You can hate on me for telling you the truth. Sheriff need what? What's keto? Oh, because he's overweight? Is that a keto diet or something? Still an expensive truck. If you're the sheriff, you get to pick your freaking vehicle. You damn right it's expensive. Fuck that sheriff broke the law in a personal vehicle, then acting like a, see? I mean, that's cool. I'm okay with that. I mean, technically, in the letter of the law and in a perfect world, which we all know we don't live in, that would be right. He broke the law. He should be accountable. Technically, in a perfect world, Trump shouldn't have been fucking investigated when he didn't break the law, and Hillary should have been in prison when she did break the law. But nobody wants to talk about that on a daily basis, but they want to talk about something like this. This is small potatoes compared to what our politicians get away with every day. And that's the real problem. People want to blame the cops because we see it. The politicians are the real freaking problem because what they do is 100 times worse than what any of these cops do. Should have gotten a ticket? Okay, maybe. You realize I'm Sherrod County? Yeah, I know. I don't care who you are. A lot better. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Any peace officer in a state law says any peace officer has the same power as another peace officer. Doesn't matter if you're a peace officer by the sheriff, or if you're a peace officer by the police chief, or if you're a police officer by the college, or if you're a police officer by someone. It doesn't matter. If you're a government elected official government position and you have peace officers, they all have the same authority throughout the state. In California, I think in Texas, the same way. I think most states the same. There may be some state out there that only gives you jurisdiction in your little county or your little area. You know, people watch too much TV to where they have to stop at the county line. The guy gets away. Look, that doesn't matter. I mean, I chase people in Nevada. California borders Nevada. If I'm chasing you and you go in Nevada, I can chase you in Nevada. Were you not a Nevada cop? Doesn't matter. There's an agreement between states that if the pursuit starts in there, you can continue it through until their agencies can pick up, and they will pick up and arrest. So I can follow you into any state, even though I'm not a cop in that state. So technically, I have national authority. Well, I don't know if I had national, because if I don't know if it says contiguous states that border that I have that authority. I don't know if I flew from California to Texas. You know what? It all depends. When I was flying to other states, I would have to find out if I was protected as a peace officer because of their gun laws, because I flew with a gun. I'm on official business. I'm authorized to carry a gun. But in some states, they don't want peace officers carrying guns in their state without notifying the sheriff or doing something. So they can't stop me, but they could arrest you and make it illegal and make you go through hoops, whatever. So there's each state and each elected, there's all kind of little things. I told that one story where that fucking attorney ran from the cops and ran into the courtroom and said, "Judge, save me. And the judge wouldn't let him arrest him. I think I told that story on one of my crazy cops. Can you imagine if you had been drinking and told he's been detained? He would have fought. So what? I mean, if I was that cop, I wouldn't give a fuck. Let's fight. You want to fight? Let's roll. I mean, I can't remember. I played racquetball with the sheriff of Yolo County, and he was a big, tall, motherfucking 6 foot something, big dude. And he thought he was all about that. And he was cheating on his wife with a smoking hot blonde with smoking hot titties. And we drank coffee in the same place that a little girl run, and all the cops would go in there, and he would be there. And I mean, he was a pretty good dude. I mean, I liked him overall. I mean, I didn't think he was that. He came from the CHP. That tells you how much ethical I think he is. But anyway, his wife had cancer. He was cheating on her, and there's a lot of people that kind of thought he was a piece of shit for doing that. Whatever. But I played racquetball with this dude, and he was a poor sport. He didn't like to lose, so he would cheat in racquetball. If I'm going for a shot and a guy's in front of me, I call a hinder and we replay the shot. He wouldn't. He was tall and he could hit the ball hard, and he would fucking hit you right in the back of the leg. And I mean, he hit me so many fucking times. One time we were in a fucking shop. I might have to cut this out of crazy cop stories. So one time we're playing racquetball, and either I wasn't in a good mood or he came in. He challenged me when I was in there, and I was like, man, I really don't feel like playing with this guy because he just pissed me off. And again, I would play with the judge, him, me. We'd play three, cutthroat. We'd take showers together. I mean, it was community shower. When you take a shower with somebody, you tend to be comfortable, your friends, so you're just at a different level of knowing each other. So, I mean, we knew each other pretty well, but that motherfucker would hit you. And even the judge would say, man, he's going to hit you. He's going to hit that guy. We'd be sitting on the outside when he's playing somebody. be like, man, I don't know why he likes to hit people. So me and the judge would even talk about him being like that. Well, one day he hit me fucking wrong, and he hit me. And I fucking turn around. I mean, it fucking, man, when you get hit with a racquetballs go 100, 120 miles an hour. It makes your yellow ring, and it stings like a bitch. And he hit me one day, and I was freaking pissed. And I turned around, I looked at him, and I go, okay, you want to play? And he was like, what? What, man? I didn't see you. I knew damn well he saw me. The reason why he hit people is he didn't want you to go for the shot. He knew if you got close, he would hit you, so people stayed back not to get hit, and then he'd make a shit shot, and you couldn't get to it because you were afraid to get hit by the ball. And so it was a cheater. It's a cheater move. It's bullshit. And, dude, the next 3 shots, he was like way over here, and I'm over here, and I was fucking aiming right at his head. Bam! And it went by his head, and he looked at me. Your shot. Go ahead. And after the 3rd time, he turned around and goes, what the fuck's your problem? I go, you're my motherfucking problem. I'm tired of looking like a fucking raisin every time I leave this fucking court when I play with you. You fucking hit everybody, and it's bullshit. I don't need this shit. I'm the fucking job. And he storms out of the fucking court. Well, we both have to take a shower in the same fucking thing, so I go back there and take a shower. And he's in there taking a shower, and he ain't talking to me or so. I can't remember how we end up talking or something. He said something, and I can't remember. Somehow, and I just fucking said, well, fuck, we don't need to argue about it in here and shit. We can go meet somewhere out in the county in a field and settle this out there. And he was like, you think you're tough? You think you're tough? That's bullshit. And he stormed off or something. And then one of his deputies, a lieutenant, came over and goes, dude, you better go apologize. You got to fucking, man, you don't want the sheriff. He can reach out and touch you. Don't think he can't reach out and touch you. I go, I don't give a fuck. He can touch me. I'm tired of getting touched by his fucking 100-mile racquetball hitting me in my ass because you fucking poor sport. He goes, dude, you better go apologize to him, man. He's going to reach out and touch you. Believe me, he can get to you. I go, knock yourself out. I ain't apologizing for shit. So, and I don't remember if we ever talked after that. We might have said hi and stuff. Might have been semi-commercial. I never heard shit about it. I don't give a fuck. I thought he was fucking pussy. I thought he was pussy before he hit me. Cheating on his wife, fucking running around. She got cancer, and he's running around fucking somebody else, being tough shit. I'm from the CHP. He's the same sheriff that one of the other investigators threw his ass out of a crime scene. He had a shit fit, ran off huffing and puffing. Because he'd like to come out to the murder scenes or somebody was shot or something. We're investigating, and he'd like to come out there as a sheriff, just stick his nose in because he could do it. And he'd come walking around. He'd look over the body. How you guys doing? And he thought it's cool because he came from the CHP. They never had real police work. So he gets freaking elected because he's Hispanic. And so they elect his ass for a quota sheriff. And then next thing you know, he think he's hot shit because he's never been to a real crime scene at CHP. So he always just come out to the crime scenes and want to walk around and look. Well, one of the fucking... And I didn't really like this guy because I thought he was too much of a company man. He was kind of a yes man all the time. So when he fucking told me to get the fuck out of the crime scene, I was like, dude, you're the fucking man. So he's standing over here and he goes, Sheriff, can I help you with something? And then the sheriff's like, no, I'm just looking. He goes, this is a crime scene. If you ain't got a need to be in here, you need to get out of crime scene. You're messing up my crime scene walking on Brad. Because he wouldn't care. He didn't know anything about crime scene. He's walking on bullet casings or blood. He's just walking around being fucking cool. And his ass got kicked out. He complained to the DA. The DA called the chief in. The chief told us, look, if the sheriff comes out, we understand you have to control the crime scene, and we understand that it's our crime scene. But if we can be a little bit more diplomatic when we ask him to leave, that would make everyone's lives easier. I think that was the final briefing on how to fucking tell the sheriff to get the fuck out of the crime scene in the future. Anyway, a couple crazy cop stories I threw in there. All right, let's see. We got a long way to go, a short time to get there. I'm eastbound trucking. That's a song. Hispanic. Yeah, I'm Hispanic, not Mexican. Let's see. I bet that sheriff was good buddies with the yellow. They were good buddies. They absolutely were good buddies. You know why? Because they both cut a deal every time they got election. If you support me, I'll support you. And they would call, hey, man, when you get that. And the DA wanted to be able, the DA couldn't give, it's funny in California, the DA could give cops permission. He signed our ID cards certifying us as peace officers. So he was the issuing authority, the head of the agency. He did all the IAs. He was the head guy, not the chief of investigators. The DA was. So he could give the cops permission to carry guns, but he couldn't give his sheriff or his lawyers permission. So his lawyers had to apply for a concealed permit with the sheriff. Well, guess what? Now the sheriff's got power. So the sheriff cut a deal with him that he would give any of his deputies a concealed permit if the DA asked him to. So there was deputy DAs that lived out of the county in Sacramento that they would apply because they were buddies with the DA with the sheriff, and that sheriff would give them a concealed permit and they would get to carry a gun in California. No one else could, and of course they would be prosecuting gun crimes and they were all fucking anti-gun this, anti-gun that, but whatever. So, I mean, that's why the sheriff and the DA were buddies. They both fucking scratch each other back on shit. Anyway, I didn't give a fuck. Whatever. I mean, one thing you wouldn't accuse me, I don't think ever, is being politically correct. Okay. Let's see. Rain cups at Glomp. Ouch. Rick, did you pay the ticket? No, I paid that motherfucker. No, I didn't fight it. I just paid the motherfucker. Said fuck it. And it was a fucking expensive ticket too. And I looked for that fucking sheriff or that CHP every time I drove that highway. I wanted to see him in a fight so I could pull up and go, yo, dude, hope you ain't getting your ass kicked. And drive off. Believe me. Let's see. He lost one ball. What? Both? What? Lost his sack balls? What the fuck? I'm talking about racquetballs. All right. I'm done, people. Look, 3 hours, 4 hours? What the fuck? I've been up here. What time is it? It's 2 o'clock. Holy shit. Get up here rattling, talking about guns and shit. Crazy cop stories. All right. I'm out of here, people. Thanks for coming. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned something about some 1911s. Shit going on. Sheriff, get some insight on how cops think, react, work. It's not all hunky-dory. Even though cops tell you this blue line and we're all brothers, that shit's just for you pesky citizens. That's not reality. Anyway, in that there, y'all have a good one. And we will call that a day.